Whoa, what's going on, everybody? Happy freaking Monday. Hopefully you guys had a good Monday. Start your week out. Hopefully nothing too crazy. A nice, low-key, quiet Monday to get your week started. Anywho, welcome to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. I'm Glig. I'll be probably doing this solo tonight. Probably do a short show. We'll see how much we get into it, but it's looking like I'm gonna be riding solo. Anywho, Anywho, uh, if you're not already, go and check out Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast on all the social medias. Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We are there. You can also join us live and hang out with us every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday from or at 7 p.m. ish Eastern time. Get in the chatter's box, shoot shit with us, all that fun jazz. And you can also listen to us anytime, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast. Or you can simply jump on over to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. All those links are going to be there, including links to our sponsors as well. So you can check them out if you'd like, and make sure you use our promo code Words Are Hard in the at checkout, the promo code box. You know what I mean, and put it in the box. Put it in the box. Bro, checked. What's going on, Mark? How you doing, man? What's going on with you, buddy? Oh man. Anywho, let's hopefully you guys had a good weekend. We had an awesome time on Saturday night show. If you missed that, check out the replay. It is up on YouTube and on our Facebook page, I believe. But we had an awesome time. We had a lot of guests pop up. Mark and Brian were there from Talking Shit. Steve Jarvis popped in, and later in the night, Tony was there. Leggy popped in. Mike popped in. Our big dog. We had like a little nonsensical nonsense type reunion. I'm still waiting from the list for Jeff, or for the list from Jeff. We brought back the starting five, which was cool. Completely unplanned. We planned on bringing back the starting five Saturday night. However, we didn't know that Tony and Mike were going to pop in. So we got kind of that reunion with the guys, and Leahy got involved, and Connor got involved as well with the starting five. So I'm waiting for Jeff to send me that list so that I can get it posted so we can get votes up there. So the list might wind up staying up a little longer than planned. I'm doing pretty good, man. How's things in your world, Mark? How's everything going over there in your neck of the world? How come you don't keep beers in a cooler? Well, dog. To answer your question, I have 2 beers, and generally I drink them way before they get warm, so I don't necessarily need a cooler. My fridge is right out there in the kitchen, so usually I have 2 or 3 of them back here, and I drink them way before they get cold. I say that, however, this is probably the only one I drink tonight. But we were having so much fun on Saturday night show that we actually wound up going into a part 2 because we reached our 6-hour mark, and then I honestly have no idea how long the second part, the part 2 was. We went a while, so it was a wild night Saturday night. Cold over here, man. Trying to get some fishing in by the end of the month. It's cold here too, bro. I ain't trying to do shit outside except walk to my car and walk to my building or walk to my house. Oh, good. Don't worry, man. I enjoy questions. Simple answer. I just drink them before they get cold. And I don't have I don't bring back like a whole 12-pack or anything or a case. And we take breaks during the show, so during the breaks, I can go grab more beer if I need to, or I can just get up. Typically I have, other people here with me. So I can just get up and kind of run out there and grab beer if I need it and let the other people talk while we're doing the show. But I am it's been unseasonably warm here. The last week or so, and I think this week as well, it's going to be pretty warm for the time of year. But I don't like this time of year. I don't like the cold. I don't like going out in the cold. I don't like the I just don't like it. It's on the rare occasions where we get sunny days like we've gotten the last few days. Uh, it's kind of nice. It's kind of it's kind of a booster. It's a boost in your mood too. Um, Seasonal depression shit, man. When it's all gray and gloomy out every day for like 3 weeks straight, you just start to just in a grumpy mood for for no. I think it affects a lot of people because you see a lot of people that are normally like happy, cheery people, and we get a week or so of that just gray, gross shit. Desk up against the wall again because I realized that I'm a fidgeter and I shake my whole ass desk. I can only imagine what it looks like on your guys' end. But so when you get those nice days where the sun comes out, you get to see people coming out of their houses and coming out from work and taking walks and trying to get outside and enjoy that little bit of nice weather, so to say. Um, However, anyways, this is kind of what I wanted to chit chat about tonight was that depression stuff. But excuse me, sorry about that. I felt that one coming. I could feel that one a brewing. Holy crap! Oh man, I think I might have another one down the road. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But obviously we all know uh, what depression is. I'm sure at some point a good majority of us have dealt with it or felt a variation of depression. We all know that you know, it just kind of puts you in a bad mood. Like not necessarily a bad mood. I guess you could, yeah, grumpy, sad, just feeling blah. You have no interest in doing anything. Sometimes it can last a long time. Sometimes it's just a day or two. You know what I mean? Um, well, yeah, you just kind of feel, I don't know, I guess kind of empty. You know what I mean? You just kind of, I'm here. You're just kind of a shell at the end of the day. You know, I dealt with it for years. It was like a never ending fucking cycle, man. I really was. I was like I just went through the motions every day. Get up, go to work, come home, eat dinner, hang out with the kids, go to bed. It was a cycle, and never strayed, never differed, and it was just kind of I was gone, so to say. But it also uh, there's a sense of anxiousness with it. I think that's you know outside of having anxiety and social anxiety and stuff like that. When you're dealing with depression, it just like amplifies it like 100 times more. I think that's why especially in the last I don't know year, maybe 2 years, my anxiety and whatnot has not been so bad. Um, I still have my moments of anxiousness and stuff like that because I'm not nearly as depressed as much as I used to be. I'm not dealing with that shit, and depression comes with whether it be the weather or whether it be um, situation with work or finances or anything can trigger it. You start worrying about something, and it starts living in your fucking head rent free. And then the next thing you know, it just leads to some form of depression. And it's okay. At the end of the day, we've all been there. One thing that I've had to learn pack a small bag because it's not a vacation. You can't stay there very long. And that's what happened to me. I stayed there for way too long, for way too many years. And it ate me up. And it takes time off. It takes years off of your life too, people. It'll age you and everything else. So it's wild to look back on the old me when I was going through all that shit and seeing it and dealing with it. And like, damn, I really was just kind of like I was like a robot at the end of the day. Like literally just like a robot. You're not so depressed because I'm in your life now. Or Nikki. Yeah. What? Gwen Gwen just chatted in the chatters box. She said you're not so depressed because I'm in your life now. Or Nikki. Tomato, tomato. I think you got that backwards. You've caused me a lot of depression. Because now you are in my life, Gwen. No, just I gotta stop. I'm gonna give her a goddamn complex. I get yelled at.
Why are we talking about me?
Is your name Gwen?
Oh, I thought you said Austin. Yeah, Alexis told me you were talking about.
Is your name Gwen? Is your name Nikki?
My hairstyle. He's using the potty.
I do like your hairstyle.
Austin burnt me. Austin did not burn her. She clipped my ear and she burnt me on the forehead. Did not. No, that's a pimple. Stop telling people I hurt you.
Num 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 num. Whatever. You know I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I got a little bit of love for you. Even though I give you shit constantly. Oh my God. You know what? PA trip next weekend is canceled. Canceled. Just saying. What you doing, dude? Canceled.
Has the show started?
Yeah. Yeah, show started. Yeah, apparently that's have you eaten dinner?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What'd you eat?
The food up there.
I don't care.
I think I ordered pizza. I thought you know it.
Maybe.
No, again, you can go look at the church games.
Okay.
That's fucked up. Hip.
Oh, jeez. Possibly I do, and yes, I can. Go back to work now. Yeah. I can do whatever I want. I can cancel anything. Yeah, that'll land me in all kinds of hell. Oh, I love you too, baby girl. I know that wasn't meant for me, but I'll take it. But no. Where the hell was I even at? Unacceptable. Jesus, it's like having Jeff here. um no, like I said, family, they love each other. I'm chopped liver. Choppity chop chop liver. Um it's kind of derailed my whole entire what I was talking about. Nah, I mean it's outside of and you guys know me. I've made it very clear. I'm not. I don't want some doctor to prescribe me freaking some kind of weird ass drug, so I'm not myself anymore. So I just kind of. Arm chopped. Stay off the dark web, Nikki. Stop ordering arms. Apparently, that's somehow in your search or your algorithm or something. Oh, I don't. You can turn that off. I'm so derailed right now. It's like I said, Jeff's not even here, but it's almost like he is here. I'm so derailed and off topic right now. What's that? Oh, I mean, no, you're fine. I'm just between the kids and the you know, squirrel. You're what? I believe it. Actually, you should have like another day and a half before you have to worry about that. Yeah, you're good without practice. Oh, somebody hasn't slept in like the last day and a half, 24 hours, 20 some odd hours.
I got 2 hours of sleep yesterday.
Is that including when you were on the couch?
3.5.
Somebody hasn't slept in the last 2 days. It's starting to kick her ass. Hopefully, she'll be able to get some sleep tonight. She said she's going to go. Trying to think of how to word that without fucking up the algorithm. Anyways, a nice hot bubble bath, and maybe that'll help relax her, and then she'll be able to get some sleep tonight. But speaking of, like dealing with, you know, I'll get back on track. Just give me a second. I got this. I'm a trained professional. Well, I'm not a trained, but I'm not even a professional. I just know I'll get back on track. God damn it. Speaking of depression, is one of those things that when you're going through it or you're dealing with it, that's trouble sleeping, whether you're not sleeping at all or you toss and turn all night or whatever, and the sad thing or the crazy thing about it when it comes to dealing with depression, there's no warning. I mean, it just hits you right now. So like I said, it's all right to pop in for a visit. But don't stay there too long. Don't let it consume you. Don't let it take over it. Unfortunately for me, that's what happened for years. And as I was saying, that's where I kind of became a robot. I was for the most part pretty emotionless, and just went through my routines. I was there for a long time. You know, I get there every once in a while now, but it only usually lasts like a day or two, if that. And it's like, all right, everything's fine. I'll be all right. It'll work out. Just, I don't dwell on it. Um, but that lack of sleep, that constant worry, or whatever, the anxiety. Oh, man, I don't. I hope I never go back to the level of anxiety I used to have. But I tell y'all, um, I couldn't go out and eat in public. I could not go out to eat in public by myself. Like I would drive around. This is how crazy it was. I would drive around for 2, 3 hours trying to decide on something to eat and just go home and eat like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I couldn't even go through the fucking drive-through because I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to. Felt like I was getting put under a spotlight. So I've always had the anxiety. I've always had the social anxiety, but I've been able to contain it and deal with it and kind of move along with it and still live relatively normal. But for those 6, 7 years where it got really bad, dude, it I don't know how I functioned and did my job outside of the fact that it was just so routine. Whether I was in a commercial setting or a residential setting, it was just so easy for me to just go through the motions and repeat the same stuff over and over and over again that I could just get through my day. Even though I was dealing with people and I worked in a customer service style setting, so I was dealing with people all day long. It's just flipping that switch and just you know or reaching that point with my customers that they were there for so we I dealt with them for so long that they were just part of my normal routine, normal life, whatever you want to say. So I knew them, they knew me, they knew what I was going to do, and it just kind of went from there. Uh, but it's not fun at the end of the day. And, of course, back then I didn't really have anybody, and so I'm hoping this might help some people because we're here. If anybody ever needs to talk or anything like that, I didn't have anybody back then, so it just progressively got worse and worse and worse. And and the difference between then and now is I know when it's starting to come on, and like I said, take my day, uh, waller around or whatever, be grumpy for no reason, and then move on. Um, I am not a. I know it works for some people. I know some people don't care. I'm not a huge advocate of going to a therapist and having them prescribe meds. When I did go to therapy, I just wanted somebody to talk to that was going to be there and listen and not be biased. You know what I mean? I don't want your drugs, and that's what I'll call them. I don't want the drugs. I don't want to lose who I am. I don't want to be a zombie of my normal self. And I know that they affect everybody differently, and I know they're not narcotics or anything like that. But I've also seen a lot of people that are on the antidepressants and anti-anxiety, and God forbid they miss a day or two because man alive, they are in a fucking tailspin. So that was never my thing, you know. So I found other avenues of coping or dealing or coming to, making sure I didn't stay there very long, whether it be playing video games, which is very relaxing to me. Um, well, that'll take me out of a funk real quick in a hurry. I'll just play video games for a little bit. Doing this show has been awesome because I can say something and we can dance with it for a couple minutes and then move on. I don't have to sit there and spend hours on end talking about whatever. Or, like Jeff and I last Wednesday, we did the show and then we talked for like another 2 or 3 hours after the show because we were both kind of having a shit week. Um, and we both had a lot of, I wouldn't say I was having a shit week. I just have a lot on my mind right now. And Jeff said he was kind of having a shit week and the same thing. So, we just took a couple hours after the show and talked to each other, just kind of hung out and talked and whatnot. And, to a certain degree, felt a little bit better about it. But, it's still something that's weighing on my mind. There's a lot going on, but it's not. I didn't let it sit and simmer so long that I kind of reached that snapping point, so to say. So that's the nice thing about this show. It's also a nice thing about Jeff. Is Jeff and I can't talk to each other about whatever, and then we don't, we might fuck with each other, but we can have a good conversation. I knew there was a fucking hair floating around here. It was driving me crazy. But anything can trigger that, and I'm sure you guys, if you're out there listening or whatever the case may be, and if you are here listening, feel free to chime into the chatters box. But whether it be kids or work or money or car breaking down or relationship problems or the fucking wind didn't blow the right way, you know what I mean? To trigger that mood swing to go into that depressive state. I know in your head it feels like it's the end of the freaking world, but at the end of the day, everything will be fine. It'll all work out accordingly. I know it sucks right now, but I 100%, you know, no doubt in my mind, everything will work out. and you'll be able to look back. And I mean, Lord knows I've done it, man. Just almost 2 years ago, I was in a real shit situation with my job, and and I was trying to get out of it and wasn't having much luck. And then all of a sudden, I got a phone call, and it was like, "Whoa, this is a game changer. This is huge." Now, I don't know where where it's going to lead yet. So, but I was kind of in a weird place. That was about 2 years ago, just because job that I was at wasn't what I thought it was going to be. What wasn't what I was told it was going to be, and it kind of put me in a pinch financially, which then caused me to feel some sort of way about everything. Relationship, my kids. Just aggravated. I'll try not to let it show, but it's just something like that can absolutely 100% trigger it. And nobody likes that. I don't think any of us, when we deal with it, I don't think we like that feeling of hopelessness or the pessimism. I think that's a word. Is that a word? Pessimism? Maybe it's a word. I think it's a word. We're going to go with it's a word that comes along with it, because everything's all doom and gloom, man. And it's hard to see. It's hard to see that quote unquote proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, because you're in a dark place and you're in your head, and um, everything is just doom and fucking gloom. Like, you know, um, obviously you're more irritable. That frustration level is up, so you get frustrated quicker over little things, something like things that normally wouldn't even bother you. You spill your cup of coffee and you're pissed off the rest of the fucking day at everybody. Um, or restlessness, which is something that I also deal with a lot. I fidget. I'm a fidgeter. You guys have probably seen it here on the show. I know Nikki yells at me constantly because I don't realize it, and my legs are shaking. I'm a nail biter when I start to get anxious, or if I'm anxious, I'm a nail biter. I'm a fidgeter. I'm messing with something, playing with something, shaking my legs like a fucking lunatic. Um, and then, like I said, it's not something that you're doing on purpose, and you don't even realize it. It's just, again, with the depression, that anxiety levels boosted up. So, I mean, especially if you're already an anxious person, woo! Yeah, it's just, I could be perfectly fine having a normal, nothing wrong, anything like that, and I'm fidgeting with something, or I'm shaking my legs. Like, I got my new vape, and my favorite thing to do, and I do it during the show all the time because it's got magnetic covers on it. So all the time, I'm constantly playing with it, flipping it around, messing with it on here, doing this. Just you're not infiltrating anything. Everybody is welcomed here. You know that. What's up? But you know, so just imagine me dealing with being depressed over whatever the case may be. I already have that restlessness as it is. Amplify it by 100 when I'm in that fucking depressed mindset already, and then I'm all over the place. I'm like a fucking crackhead. I'm literally I'm literally fidgeting with everything. My if it's an unconscious, um, what is it? I can't think of the word. Again, I'm not a smart man. Um, it's like a comfort tool. You don't even realize that you're doing it, but it's almost comforting. You know what I mean? A lot of times I go to bed at night and my legs are shaking, and I don't realize it, but it's just something that I've become accustomed to, like having my TV on. Uh, so I like to go to sleep with the TV on, and a lot of times I go to sleep rocking my legs. That kind of shaking motion helps me sleep. with something. It's 100%. And you know, and I have to make sure, like when we do the show, I have to make sure that my desk is up against the wall because I'm sure sometimes you see this. Speaking of my, oh, no, that's my flashlight. Never mind. Oh, one of my legs was loose. Squirrel. But my legs are going the whole time we're doing the show until I'm, you know, we're about an hour and a half in. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. That's what I was looking for. Um, you know, restless leg syndrome, whatever you want to call it, stimming. Yeah, you know, it's just it's comforting, and you know, and that's um one of the quote unquote symptoms of depression is restlessness. And I'm not depressed right now. I just fidget, but it amplifies. Like I said, I'm anxious a lot for no reason. Like sometimes I'm worried about something, but I just I'm naturally an anxious person, uh, and I don't mean to be. I can't help it. Um, you know, irritability is another one of those things. You know, somebody who might be normally pretty friendly, pretty fun to be around. If they're dealing with depression, all of a sudden they're you know they're quick to snap. They you know picking fights or arguing or just come across angry all the time. Uh, they don't mean it. I can't help it. It's just that shit in their head, man, is it got them all weirded out and what. But it's just uh I won't say that. I was gonna say, never mind. But yeah, just irritable for no reason, and the smallest things trigger you. You know, like I said, you spill a cup of coffee and you're in a bad mood the rest of the day, and you're pissed off at everybody, or you know, you forget to get gas the night before, or and then you realize in the morning, fuck, I'm out of gas, and it pisses you off. You don't have anybody to be mad at but yourself, but you're still fucking mad at everybody, and you take it out on everybody. Um, Unfortunately, I was there. Again, these are all things, and it's funny now looking back on it. Well, it's funny to me looking back on me personally, like not ha ha funny or comical funny, just like, oh wow, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, that was me. That was me. That was me. Wow, I was a real dick, you know. But you know, I was in a pretty bad state of mind for many years. But yeah, I mean, I would get mad at people, like even at you know, like work. They would be like, "Hey, you know, Glick, we need you to stop by so and so and drop something off," and I'm like, "That's not fucking out of my goddamn way." And then I'm mad to like I'm been out of shape the rest of the day. Where like now it's like for instance, like something random come up, like a random side job at work that you know typically wouldn't necessarily be something we do or that I do, and it's like, okay, I guess this is what I'm doing today. You know, like, I just kind of shrug it off, like, all right, well, no adventure, you know. And it could be something simple, like you know, taking a package upstairs. You know, why didn't the UPS guy fucking take the package upstairs? Uh, you know, that's not my job. That's his fucking job. He literally just walked in the building and threw a package on the stairs. Really? Now my dog's dreaming beside me. Where now it's like, oh, well, I'll get to go see so and so, and I'll take the package up to him. You know, I'll take their box up to him, and you know, see how they're doing or whatever. You know, it's funny how there's it's complete 180. Either you're there and you hate everything and you're mad at everything, or you just kind of brush it off and go along with emotions, or you know, stuff like that. Or you know, I tease Nikki. Um, yeah, when you're right, you're right. I tease Nikki all the time. Well, not all the time, but yeah, she bought me my bear claws to shred like chicken and roast and whatnot in a crock pot or whatever if we smoke something or whatever so I can shred chicken and steak or beef or whatever. And I tease her because sometimes I'll come home from work and she's had like chicken or whatever in the crock pot all day or a roast or whatever, and she'll be like, "Can you shred it?" And I'm like, "Oh man, I got to go to work all day. Then I have to come home and slave over a hot stove and cook dinner for you guys. I just want to take a break." Where like 3, 4, 5 years ago, that would have irritated the hell out of me for no reason, because it's not that big of a deal. I mean, in all honesty, I enjoy doing it. I have fun with it, and I get to use a new toy. I get to use my little bear claws. Well, they're not little, but But where now it's just like now I can tease her and I can do something that doesn't bother me. But like I said, 4 or 5 years ago, that would have just set me into a bad mood. I could have had a good day all day long, and then that would have been that one trigger. And I couldn't. And even looking back on it now, I still can't explain why it happened or anything like that. Again, I'm not a smart man, you know. um. So, hey, what's going on, Jeeves? What's going on, brother? So, you know, these are things like I joke around. I'm not a smart man, but I'm hoping that somebody will hear this and they can, if they don't already realize it or don't already know it, that they're dealing with depression or anything like that, that they can maybe take a look in the mirror. I wish I would have had somebody that would have been there and pulled me off to the side and said, "Hey, man," you know. But I didn't have that. I just kind of went through it on my own, and thankfully, I came out the other end a better person. Um, but be mindful. Again, restlessness, irritability, kind of along the same lines of irritability is frustration. You know, you now when you get frustrated, you may not necessarily blow up on people or go off on people, but you huff and puff around, you pout around, you just you might have a cup of drink or something, and just every time you take a drink, you just for whatever reason. And it's a little thing. It's always little things. At the end of the day, it's always little things that you ever notice. It's not the big things that sets you over the edge. It's the little things. Um, you know, uh, my kid left his damn bike in the hallway again. And now I'm frustrated and all bent out. Not that big a deal. Hey, dude, get your bike. Or if he's not here, I simply pick it up. It takes 10 seconds to pick it up and put it in his bedroom. Or, whatever the case may be. But it's always the little things that really kind of sends you into a tailspin, whether it be putting you, making you frustrated or irritable or whatever the case may be. It's always the little things. Looking back on it now, so many things back then I thought were such a big deal when in actuality it wasn't. Like, for instance, when I would get in my car after, like my ex-wife was driving it and my seat would be all the way to the fucking steering wheel. And I would, oh my, that was a trigger with the T before anybody said anything. I used to, oh man, I was livid. I'm like, how fucking hard is it? How hard is it to put my seat back, or at least move it? Because you're 5 foot, I'm 6'2". I can't even get in my car without damn near breaking my back. um, but that was one of those things that would just set me over the edge, and I was so pissed. Now, again, like I said, Nikki, she drives my car. She doesn't have to move my seat hardly at all. Yeah, she's only a few inches shorter than I am, but just get in and slide the button back, and all she does is move it forward. So it's not like I have to readjust it. Um, get in and move it back and go on about my day. So, it's that's what I mean. Like, kind of, it's kind of funny to look back on it now, going, "Wow, man, so many little things that you just thought was the end of the world." I thought it was the end of the world. In my head, it was the end of the fucking world because my seat was moved up too far and it wasn't put back, or uh something, just trivial shit. You know what I mean? But everything, what's trivial now, was a big deal back then, and it's wild to look back at it. I actually supposed to see forward to. He was taller than me, but short legs. It was so. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Why do you think I go for oil changes and I go to Valvoline? That way nobody has to get in my car. I literally pull into the garage, into the bay. I sit in my car the whole time they do it. Yeah. Well, it wasn't. Yeah. I mean, it would be stuff like that. I would go get an oil change and get in my car, and then I would get pissed because they moved my seat. It's like, why? Now I look back on it, I'm like, why? What am I so mad about? What? It's a fucking seat. It takes me 10 seconds to adjust it and to fix it. Yeah. It's mind boggling. That's why I said I kind of laugh at myself, but I also look back at the old version of myself and I'm like, God damn, I was an absolute fucking. I had to be the most miserable son of a bitch to be around at the end of the day. Um, like there's no wonder I basically just lived in my garage for almost 5 years and didn't really come out. Uh, I had to. I must have been just an absolute son of a bitch to be around. Y'all think I'm bad now. Some of y'all don't like me. You should have seen me back then. I'm just saying. And kind of talking about this depression thing. I also want to let you guys know, just because you have a bad day every once in a while, that's not depression. That's just having a bad day. Unfortunately, and again, especially mental health in general has a stigma on it. Men's mental health has, in my opinion, I think men's mental health has more of a stigma on it. But you have people out there that will go online and they've had a bad day. Oh, I'm so depressed. This depression is da 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 da. I'm gonna make a TikTok video, and they've almost turned it into. It makes it harder for people who are actually going through this shit to want to talk about it because social media and the quote unquote influencers or wannabe influencers have turned it into a trend and turned it into a trendy hashtag to get likes and views and followers. And I had a conversation with a friend of mine who will swear up and down he suffers from depression and anxiety and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, no, dude, stop it. I was like, walk a day in somebody's shoes who actually live it before you start going on social media, putting up stupid memes and stupid quotes and everything else. Like live one day with somebody who's really going through it and fighting it because it's not something that you want to go online and talk about. It's not something that you want to blast all over this TikTok and put stupid little hashtags and all that on there. Um, yeah, I was that guy. I wore a mask. You know, um, when I was at work, if people were around for the most part, um, just depending upon how I was doing. If I was having a particularly bad day, I kept to myself. But I mean, hell, I did. I mean, you can ask anybody. You can ask anybody who ever came into one of my periscopes on Saturday nights, or even my TikToks when I first got on TikTok. would have never guessed if you didn't know me. But I was heavily medicated. heavily, heavily medicated. About the only time you could really tell something was wrong with me if I was having a particularly very bad day. And sadly, I had more bad days than good, but I could go to work. Like I said, you reach a point where you almost turn robotic and you just go through the motions. Get up, go to work, come home, do dinner, hang out with the kids, go to bed. And it's a cycle. And it was to the point where even at work, I was literally telling every customer it was almost like a script inside my head. When I would talk to my customers, it was a script. I said the same thing to every one of them. Keep the conversation short and sweet. Give them a little smile, maybe crack a joke, and move on. Do what I need to do. Sign here. Thank you. See you next time. Out the door I go. Then I had customers I didn't even have to talk to, which was fantastic. Just come and do my thing and mosey on down the road. But I mean, you get so emotionally shut off after so long that it's easy to fake it. And it became extremely easy to fake it. Uh, up until I got close to my like absolute breaking point, and then it got harder. But again, I was at my breaking point. I was almost ready to snap. So, but I don't know. Mark's still here, uh, but you could ask Haas, you could ask Markel. I mean, you know, I knew J Money back then, or Monkey J, or NYC Jason, or whatever he's calling himself these days. I knew him back then. Uh, you could even, I'd say you could even ask him, but I don't think he'd know the truth these days if it walked up and kicked him in the head. But there's other people who come in here like Krista and stuff like that. Some of my friends from TikTok and whatnot. Um, that I had a buddy of mine shortly after I came home. I went up to Michigan and I went and hung out with him one night, and him and his girlfriend, well now his wife, they had come down to Charleston, and they were going to Florida for vacation. They extended their vacation by 2 days and came and stayed 2 days in Charleston. The first time we met, got to hang out. They came and stayed at the house for 2 days. And when I was up in Michigan after I came back home from Ohio, I didn't have any particular reason to go to Michigan. I just wanted to go. I just needed to get out for a week and uh, get out of Dodge for a week and clear my head and kind of do that stuff and figure out what the hell my next step was and where I was going from that point on. And he lives up in Michigan, and we were about a half hour away. He's like, "Well, come up, man. Let's hang out. Let's have a few beers, whatever." And I went up and met with him and his fiance and wife now. Uh and we were talking, and as the night progressed, he was like, "Dude, you seem so much different than when we came down to Charleston." And I was like, "I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing." He's like, "No, it's a good thing." He said, "You're like a different person." Um, and I was still dealing with things back then. I was just starting to learn to cope and understand and be better about it. And he's like, "No, dude." He's like, for the better." He said, "You seem much happier. You seem much more outgoing. You just seem different than you were when we came to see you." Um, even when they were down there was a couple of times where I got a little irritated over something kind of minute, and I had to kind of walk off and be on my own for a little bit. You know what I mean? Uh, just to kind of get my shit together. But I was very good at faking it back in the day. Uh, and I think a lot of people do. A lot of people, like you said, a lot of people they hide it very well. They put on a mask. They they don't let their true self show, um, and that's scary and it's dangerous for them in the same sense because you know I think I think had I done things differently, reacted differently, maybe somebody would have noticed sooner. Maybe somebody would have been, pulled me off to the side and been like, "What's going on?" or whatever. But if I was in the branch, I was laughing and joking and having a good time with people. There was a lot of times that, I would take the long way home from work and then sit out in the driveway for 10, 15 minutes just trying to decompress, just trying to decompress and, as silly as this sounds, work up the courage to go into the house. Not because I was fear for anything. It was just I knew that I had to put on a face at the end of the day. Like I couldn't let my kids see me in what I thought was being weak. I couldn't let them see the frustration and the stress, and unfortunately they did. As it progressed, they would get to see that kind of ugly side of me. But I would have to decompress for a few. And the great thing about being in a truck, working in a truck outside of going in and out of, customers, places of business or houses, I'm alone most of the day. So I have that time to. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing because when you're alone, you have all that time inside your fucking head to just go, yeah, you fucking suck. Yeah, you are a failure. You're this. You're that. Blah 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 blah. But at the same time, it was also nice to be able to not have to deal with that in front of people or whatever. I don't know. It's a weird catch-22. I don't make a lot of sense of it. It's in my head and it's coming out and it makes sense to me, but it probably won't make a lot of sense to other people. We all cope differently. We all deal with things differently. Um, and that was kind of like my avenue, my that alone time was both good and bad at the end of the day. It was both good and bad at the end of the day. Um, so I'm gonna get ready and take a break here, but yeah, I'll come back and talk just a little bit more uh, about that, so to say, about depression and whatnot. Before I take a break here, real quick, I do want to shout out. Excuse me. Shout out one of our sponsors, Liquid IV. Obviously, we all know that proper hydration is very important in our day-to-day life. A lot of us think that we're properly hydrating and think that we're doing everything right by drinking a lot of water and and getting those sports drinks and all that. Well, them sports drinks are not always good for you. And as we know, especially if you're like in the gym trying to work out and lose weight, that water weight, man, water will bloat the hell out of it. Plus, water is just fucking boring at the end of the day. Water is boring. Well, Liquid IV is going to make water not so fucking boring because they've got like 16 kick-ass flavors. They also come in a sugar-free variety, and they've got Liquid IV for kids. Not only that, but one packet and 16 ounces of water is going to hydrate you 2 times faster than water alone, so you don't have to drink nearly as much, and it's got 3 times the electrolytes as those leading sports drinks. Not only that, it's got vitamins and shit in it as well. So head on over to liquidiv.com. Real people, real flavor, real hydrating. Use our promo code Words Are Hard at checkout. Save 20% off your entire order when you shop Better Hydration today at liquidiv.com. Make sure you use our promo code Words Are Hard. Get that 20% off, mother suckers. Let's take a real quick break here. We'll do a little I'm gonna do a little Hunger Strike. Small Town Titans and Blacktop Mojo with their cover of Hunger Strike. I'll be back here in just a few minutes.
I don't mind stealing bread from the miles of decadence. But I can't feed on the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. Yeah. But it's on the table, the fire's cooking, and the firemen, babies, the slaves are all working. Blood is on the table, the mouths are all choking, and I'm going hungry. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of beggars. I can feed on the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. Blood is on the table, the fire's cooking, and the farming babies, the slaves are all working. Blood is on the table, the mouths are all choking. I'm going hungry. 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 I don't mind stealing bread.
Yeah, buddy. Two of my favorite bands. Blacktop Mojo and Small Town Titans. You can find them on all social media and wherever you listen to music at Blacktop Mojo and or at Black words are hard. At Blacktop Mojo and at Small Town Titans. They're all over the place. They're everywhere. They're not hard to find. The guys at Small Town Titans are actually doing this really cool thing. I don't know how long they've been doing it, but Will It Riff? And they're taking like barcodes off of like 5 Hour Energy drink and ketchup and whatever, just random items at the grocery store and whatnot. And then they are able to take those barcodes and based off the numbers and whatever, see if it riffs. And then just like come up with random ass songs and whatnot. It's pretty cool. But however, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. It is Monday night. A couple weeks back, I decided I want to dedicate Monday night to men's mental health, aka a weekly bro check. Got a little bit. Typically I have a panel with me, No panel tonight. So we're doing this solo, which is fun, to say the least. Uh, However, I wanted to start focusing on men's mental health, and having conversations about it, and not so much trying to fix anybody or whatever. Just sharing our stories and talking about things that we've gone through and dealt with, and I know this is kind of a cliche word to say, but survivors at the end of the day. We've all made it through. We're all examples of it'll get better. You just got to keep your head up and keep pushing forward, and do what you need to do. And hopefully through us sharing our stories, hopefully with us talking about um our issues and stuff that we've gone through, maybe we'll help somebody. Maybe somebody else that's out there going through the motions and whatnot, we can help. With that being said, I don't think it's too early. I don't think it's too premature to announce. Coming up in March, we will be linking up with and collaborating with the guys from Talking Shit. They were on the show Saturday night, Mark and Brian. But we will be linking up with them on a Monday night and doing a show together. Nonsensical Nonsense and Talking Shit, linking up and doing a men's mental health weekly bro check together. I think they might have a guest or two that they're going to bring on with them. But it'll be across all of our platforms. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be really cool. The guys were in there Saturday night and they said they like what I'm doing here and they wanted to piggyback off of it and ask if it would be okay. And I said, well, if you guys would be interested in it, how about we do something together? I mean, as well as do something, do your own thing, but maybe we could do something together. And they were down for it. So that'll be coming up here sometime in March. Speaking of Talking Shit, they got their anniversary show Thursday night at 8 p.m. on their YouTube channel and Facebook channel at Talking Shit. Shit is spelled SHTTT. They got a lot of guests coming on. Former guests kind of come in and celebrate their 1 year anniversary. They got a top secret special guest that they're still working on. Hopefully they'll land them. That'll be really cool for the guys. And I might pop in and make a little appearance on there. But happy birthday, happy anniversary to Talking Shit, Mark and Brian. 1 year, that's huge. You made it past that first year. Now everything else, you'll be golden, man. It'll be easy breezy, nothing to worry about. It's a piece of cake now that you got past that first year. However, speaking of social medias, if you guys be so kind, go ahead and check us out and give us a follow. We do have the Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok page. We do the show Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, 7 p.m.-ish on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And you can listen to us anywhere, anytime, wherever you listen to podcasts at, whether it be Spotify, Apple, Google, or any other podcasting app. We're there. You can listen to us. All at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, or you can simply jump on over to this right here, bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. That link there has all of our social media links, everything you'll need for us. And it also has our links to sponsors in there as well. You can check them out. Make sure you use promo code Words Are Hard. And not only do we make it that easy to make a bio link, but we also have in our bio on all of our social media, the link is there as well for the bio link. So if you're following us on YouTube and you want to check out the Facebooks or anything like that, right there at the top of the page. Bada bing, bada boom. Anywho. So tonight, I'm spending a little bit of time and I'm talking about depression. We've talked kind of a brief, what depression, kind of how depression made me feel, where I was, some of the symptoms and whatnot. Kind of went over this a little bit, but they say they say some of the reasons, and like I said, I've kind of touched on this a little bit. But some of the reasons that you get depression or have severe depression, sometimes it's genetics. Um, Sometimes it could be genetics or the genes you inherit from parent, but also, like I said, stressful events, personality, you just family history, pregnancy, giving birth. Obviously, men, we're not going to have to go through that, but menopause, again, we don't have to go through that. Loneliness, alcohol and drugs, or illness. Um, I had the stressful events, family history, loneliness, and I know that when I was a raging alcoholic, that absolutely didn't help matters none. And alcohol is I think it's a downer. I think that's what they call it, a downer. Some drugs are an upper, alcohol is a downer. So not only that, but just feeling like I was alone in the world. I don't have many friends in real life. Um, Even when I was with somebody, you know, or I was in a relationship, it felt like we were a million miles apart. Whatever the case may have been. Family history, did not have the greatest upbringing. That still, I think that still hits me from time to time. So, I've dealt with this shit, stressful events. I mean, financial burden, shitty jobs, whatever the case may be. So, you just never know. Uh, so, like I said, we talked a little bit about the depression and stuff like that. Uh, some of the characteristics of depression, obviously, we know is like sadness. Um, you have like a lack of interest in anything. I don't really want to go out tonight. I don't want to hang out with people. I'm not. And I didn't enjoy the things that I used to really enjoy. I've always enjoyed being around people and hanging out with people and everything like that. And I got to a point where I didn't want to be around anybody or do anything. I couldn't find any source of enjoyment in anything. Um, Sleep. I didn't sleep for years. Sleep was not my friend. I might get a couple hours a night, and it was like that for years. I used to joke around that I was a functional insomnia. It just, I just did not sleep. Your appetite, tiredness. Obviously, if you're not sleeping, you're going to be tired. Poor concentration. If you're tired or you're hungry or whatever, you're not going to be able to concentrate. If you're not eating right, you're going to be tired because your body doesn't have that fuel to keep you going at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Because you have no appetite. You know you so you're not eating. That's going to lead to being tired. It's going to lead to lack of concentration. Yeah, you're not going to be able to fucking focus on shit. Man, like I said, after years and years, it was literally it was routine. It was a very scripted life. I knew what I needed to do. It just no focus was needed. This is what I need to do. This is how I'm going to do it. And it was blinders the whole way. Can relate 100%. Yeah. Right. I think a lot of people can relate to it. Um, you know, uh, but yeah, I mean, that's one thing. You're definitely, I mean, I did not sleep for shit for years between, um, nightmares, you know, nightmares are something that have always bothered me. A lot of that has to do with my past for my nightmares, night terrors, you know, dealing with depression and whatnot like that. Part of the reason you're not sleeping very well is because of night terrors. Um, I don't know how true that is. I had a therapist tell me that because we were talking about it, and I told him, about my nightmares and my night terrors and stuff like that. Two different things. Um, And he said that part of depression, that's why, when we're so lost and so far off the dark end, those night terrors are one of the things that affect our sleep. As I've and I'm not 100%, you know, by no means. I do sleep better these days. Well, up until the last couple weeks, but I do sleep better. I don't have the night terrors quite as frequently, and about the only time I get nightmares or something like that is if something's on my mind or if something's bothering me. So I mean, you're just not sleeping. You can't sleep for one reason or another. So you're constantly dragging ass. You look like hell. I mean, thank God I wear glasses because when I can see them now, but when I wasn't sleeping, my eyes were all. I look like a like a piss poor attempt at a zombie movie. Like a like a D movie, like a D zombie movie. They just painted black under your eyes, and then painted your face white, and you were a zombie. Puffy bags, and there were like dark circles under my eyes. It was bad. But thankfully I wore glasses, and being down south, it was sunny a lot, so I could wear sunglasses. So I could kind of hide them a little bit. But it was when I started sleeping, and when I say I didn't sleep for years, I probably didn't sleep like a normal human being for 20 plus years. I was from being my teenage years. I learned to function quite well off of 3-4 hours of sleep a night, if that. Um, there were some times where I would go a couple days without any sleep. Um, then you factor in that. Oh shit! You factor in that. You factor in you're not sleeping. You factor in how tired you are. You're already dealing with the depression shit. And again, it amplifies it. It makes it even worse because now you're adding another. It's like I got a small fire here, but I'm gonna keep trying to put it out with gasoline. You know what I mean? So it starts out small, a little bit of gasoline on it, gets a little bit bigger, a little bit more gasoline, it gets bigger, and eventually it's out of control. And it's one of those. That's part of that cycle. If you're tired, you're exhausted, you're not sleeping, your mind's not right already. You're already dealing with a whole bunch of shit, and then it just amplifies. And like I said, on top of it, then you have no appetite. There was a point um, in my life. I was about 19. No, I was about 20, 21. Um, I'm going to say this. A lot of people are going to be like, really, dude? That's not that bad. But I've got a big frame. So I was about 200 and about 205, 210, something like that. I looked sick. I looked sick. My neck was sunken in. My eyes were sunken in. Um, I just looked incredibly unhealthy, and I was. I was drinking a lot. I was drinking a fucking lot. I wasn't eating properly. I might eat once a day, if that. I wasn't sleeping because I was staying up. If I wasn't partying and drinking, I just couldn't sleep. So why not party and drink? I'm up anyways. But I looked sick. That's the smallest I've ever been in my adult life. Is that right around that 200 mark? Um, and I looked, like I said, I looked fucking like I was knocking on death's door. But again, I was depressed as shit. Felt like I didn't have anybody. I was drinking like a goddamn fish. I wasn't eating. And it wasn't like I was partying because I was having fun with it. I just wanted to drink and have a good time and didn't want to be alone. Even though, it was all those things. I could be in a room with 100 people, but I felt like I was the only person there. It was wild. It was wild. And looking back on it and thinking about these things like I've been doing, and it's not like it's not bringing me down or anything like that. It's actually been great to really, since I started doing this show, to look back on where I was and what I was going through and what my mindset was physically, mentally, where I was to where I am now. So, and even that far back, 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago, I was still just, and I've talked to friends from back then and recently and whatnot in the last couple of years, and to hear them say, dude, you were like a fucking robot, man. You, no emotion, just, and that's where I get that from. It's not something I just read or pulled out of my ass. It's from people telling me, dude, you're an emotionless robot. I've had a lot of people in my life tell me that. Even back then, I just didn't listen because I didn't fucking care, or I didn't understand, or I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. But to hear it now, it's like you look back on it, and it's just like, yeah, man, I was a bit of a mess. But and I think that's I joke around about the ADHD or ADD or ADHD or whatever. I don't think it was ever that. I think it was just that lack of concentration from dealing with the depression and having that one of those side effects or characteristics or whatever. It was just I was always so scatterbrained. My head was, my brain was going 400 miles an hour, and I couldn't focus on one thing. My head was like a bowl of spaghetti. I don't know if you've ever heard that analogy. Um, there's an old analogy where it says men's brains are like a waffle or something like that. Very plain, very simple, very easy. Women, however, have the bowl of spaghetti because they're everywhere. They're thinking about kids and work and bills and where men are we're just simple creatures. Well, I still have to this day. I have that bowl of spaghetti for a brain. So I'm right. Okay. Come on.
I guess so.
Hey, love you. I'll see you in the morning. Even today, I still have that. I'm 400 miles an hour. I'm all over the place. I'm thinking about 45 different things all at the same time. So that's another reason sometimes I'll be talking about something and kind of trail off, and I gotta wrangle it back up and bring it back around. Um, but when I was going through it, it was um, it was pretty bad. It was real bad. I think that was the nice thing about going into construction and being in construction for work for me because I was all over the place. I wasn't stuck in an office, or I wasn't stuck at uh, you know, I wasn't stuck in one spot. I might be on a job site building a house or doing whatever, but I could go from hanging a door to running plumbing to grabbing a shovel and digging a ditch just because we needed a ditch somewhere, or jumping on a piece of equipment, or whatever. I could. My brain was allowed to. All right, we're going over here. Oh, we're back over here. It don't matter as long as the job gets done. Being in this career has allowed me, or even when I was doing pest control, because at the end of the day, let's be honest, I could be at one house and have one situation, and I'm in another house, and then I have this situation. I go to a business, and I have a totally different situation I'm dealing with. I might do 14 jobs in a day and not do the same thing twice in a day. So that was very uh, beneficial to me, especially when like I said, when I was at my lowest, and I've spent more years dealing with depression and being quote unquote depressed than I have not at this point in my life. uh, Big Juice, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Chug, chug, chug. I told you a lot's changed, my friend. A lot has changed. Uh, but Jesus. Speaking of losing my train of thought, Um, um, what the hell? Whoa. Oops. My bad. But no, like I said, it's wild to look back on now, and to talk about it is even crazier. Um, to just be like, wow. Again, like I said earlier, not only was I was not only was I kind of
born 400 years ago.
what in the hell? Just Paul, stop it. I don't know what's going on with my TV. It's losing its mind. Not only was I probably a miserable son of a bitch to be around at some points or to deal with or whatever, but the fact that it went on for so long and nobody really ever noticed is wild too, because it really does go to show, and and I know I'm guilty of it as well. Um, it's very easy to to turn a blind eye or say I didn't know, I had no idea, blah blah blah. When sometimes all it takes is just that one person. I forgot it was you for a minute. Well, yeah, last time you see me, I I didn't have this big this big ass beard. Um, Ghosts. So apparently there is the ghost in my bedroom wants to watch Highlander, which is what I just recently started watching again. Duncan MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. How's life been? Life has been interesting to say the least. The uh last 5 years, 6 years have been an interesting roller coaster to say the least. Between uh, divorce, couple failed relationships, walking away from everything in South Carolina, coming back to Ohio, starting all over again, to now being in probably the healthiest and best relationship I've ever been in my life, and planning our wedding, and yeah, good job. After it took me a few years to get a good job. It's been a ride to say the least, but it's been an interesting ride, and it's also been good for me mentally as well. I've gotten to probably the best place I've ever been in my life mentally. Um, Guess who's back? Glick is back again. So, oh yeah, dude, yeah, man. See, I try telling you people, I've been drinking this for a hot minute now. I started drinking it a long ass time ago, and nobody ever believes me. Trying to channel, yeah, I am. I love this show. I love the movies too, and like every so often, I start watching this show over again. Uh, but yeah, I mean, even starting to do this new show, or not necessarily the new show, but it's the podcast. We've been doing it almost 3 years now, but now branching into the weekly bro check, the men's mental health, having panel, bringing people up, um, having. This is the first time I've done it without a panel, so I'm just kind of philandering around and whatnot and filibustering, I guess. Uh, but inviting other guys up to share their story and talk about things. And I'm not trying to fix anybody. As I said, I'm just trying to share a story, and anybody else who wants to share their story is more than welcome to, um, as well. So if we if our story helps one person, then that's all that matters at the end of the day. Or if my story or whatever, um, that's that's all that matters. And uh, thanks, Sauce. Love you, buddy. I appreciate that. Oh, jeez. I honestly I don't know. I sent Brian the link. Um, and then I put the link in our Snapchat group chat as well. For if anybody wanted to come up and whatnot. The, the beard says it. The beard says it all. You've been through hell, man. I'll tell you what. I have a shirt in the closet that I got that I love. I need to break it out one night for this show. I didn't hear anything from you, so I didn't know if you wanted to come up. So I didn't want to bother you. I didn't know if you were doing something. What do you want to share? Are you going to stay on topic? But I have a shirt. It's got a big old skull on it. It says, "Don't let my scars fool you. They don't tell you my story, or they don't tell you my whole story." Something like that. I love that fucking shirt. Yeah, right? Well, the crazy thing was like up to 5-10 minutes before the show started, we were actually talking in the snap, and I was like, "Well, here's the link, guys." Sent him the link, and other than MIA, here's a ghosted. Don't give me that BS. What did I get for Christmas? What did I get for Christmas? Got Bigfoot pajamas. That was pretty cool. My memory is terrible. Oh, I got a new vape. Plus, I'm not used to getting Christmas gifts either. So that's the other thing. That was like first time in a there's in the last couple of years. I've been on the uptick, but man alive, yeah, my memory is fucking shot. Don't give me that BS. Absolutely. I definitely got that. That is for sure. The love of a good woman, 100%. Man, again, one part of the joys of my reckless past is my brain doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. Got a mug. Got me a nice new mug. Big mug. Fucking hell. I am the worst ever at the end of the day. I'm the absolute worst. Wow, I fucking suck. Hold on one second, Hoss. I just texted it to you. Um got some brown slippers, some brown socks from my daughter. Oh, I got my new hat. I got some beard product, got some oils and stuff like that, and some uh other stuff. Fuck, man, yeah. So I quit smoking. for a while. And then I started smoking when we came back to Ohio. So I vaped forever. I mean, I had the whole vape and chill show and everything like that on Periscope. And I quit smoking for 10 years, I think. And when I came back to Ohio and everything that was going on, the stress of everything, I started smoking again. And then one day I was doing the show with Jeff and I said, I'm done smoking. And Jeff's like, oh, you're going to quit again. Nice. I said, no, I'm done right now. This is my last cigarette. And just like that, I gave it up. So still got my vapes. Got a whole bunch of them floating around here. This is my new one. Nikki got me this one for Christmas. I freaking love it. Old Lost Vapes. Centaurus. Oh my God, I feel horrible. I can't remember what all I got for Christmas at all for the life of me. I can remember pretty much everything I got Nikki. And I got the kids, and we got the kids. My memories, it's weird. New stuff. I do need to get a robe. I got new slippers. My daughter got me Cleveland Browns slippers and Cleveland Browns socks, like big, like comfy socks. I do need a robe. A robe would be nice. I want one of them big fluffy. But yeah, no, again, past decisions. Taking one too many hits to the head, so my memory's not the greatest. It's like short, like it's weird. Like some short term, some long term type memory issues. But anyways, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother night. Don't worry. But no, I was talking about the depression, and the crazy thing with the crazy thing about depression is, um, there's multiple types of depression, and whether it be a clinical depression, which is mental health disorder, uh, persistently you're just in a depressed mood or a loss of interest, like I said, persistent depressive disorder. It's a mild but long-term form of depression. Um, Bipolar disorder. I've known some people like this in my life. I was married to one. She was diagnosed. I'm not just making jokes and being mean. And that's a wild ride. Bipolar 2. And then, of course, our ladies, they suffer from postpartum depression, which is wild. That's crazy. But yeah, so I what the hell? That's gonna drive me absolutely crazy. I got a new. Oh, was that for Christmas or was that for my birthday? I think it was for my birthday. I don't know, man. I'm all over the place. I'm everywhere. No worries, sauce. But Big Juice. I know you've gone through some recent some big changes in life and whatnot. I don't know if you do the camera thing or if you do the show thing, but if you ever wanted to come up here on a Monday night and share your story, you're more than welcome to. I encourage all of our male listeners to reach out to me if they'd ever like to come up on the show on a Monday night and you know have a conversation, share your story, whatever the case may be, or just talk about things. I got onto the depression thing. I was thinking about it. I've been thinking about it because, like I said, I've got some personal stuff going on right now, like with work and everything like that. And I don't want to dive too much into it. Just some shit going on with work, and a lot of things have been weighing heavy on my mind lately, and worry and whatnot. You know, and I haven't been sleeping very well the last couple of weeks, but doing the I'm doing the best I can not to fall into that depressive state or go down that road again. Trying to stay positive, trying to quote unquote keep my head above water. So they say. Um, And that's got me thinking a lot lately about, where I was 6 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever the case may be, and kind of going down that old memory lane or whatever, and realizing like I can look back on it now and go, damn, yeah, it was for many years. It wasn't like just something that I mean, like I said, it was from my teenage years all the way up until five. I started getting better about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I started getting better and starting to come to terms with things and started cutting people out of my life and get rid of the toxicity and realizing that not everybody who claims to be a friend or claims to be family, because we can't pick family, they're not really there for your best interest at the end of the day. And I started getting rid of those people. I started yeah, and things started getting better. So, you know, I don't want to be back in that. I don't want to be back in that boat again. And I think that's why I've been thinking about it so much lately, to the point where um, I wanted to, bring this topic of conversation up tonight. And, the last couple of weeks we've had Connor on and Haas has been here and Brian's been here, and I just kind of sit back and listen and added my 2 cents from time to time. And I wasn't real, and that was the other thing I realized. I'm not really sharing. I got these other guys on here sharing stories, and I'm not. Uh, so um, summer. It's just a little turbulent, bro. Hit from time to time. Oh yeah, exactly. A little bump in the road. Family isn't that? Absolutely not, dude. Trust me. That's why I don't really talk to any of them. Sadly, unfortunately, I don't really associate with my family much. I try to talk to my sisters as much as I can. We're just all doing our own things. We all have our own lives and everything like that. But I had to get rid of the toxin. So I guess that's part of that mental healing that you go through, that process that you go through when you start to heal, when you start to get mentally right upstairs, is that the characteristics, or the symptoms when things are starting to go a little bit sideways, and you're able to catch them. Where before I'd lost so much, I'd lost control, like 100% lost control. It was gone. I was gone. It was just, here it is. Where now I'm smart enough and I know better. And, okay, I can see you creeping up, and I'm going to go ahead and nip you in the bud right now. Again, great thing about this show, about the podcast, about this podcast in general, Nonsensical Nonsense. I have an outlet. I can vent. I can come and have fun, hang out with my friends, my real friends. I don't have to deal with the fake people. I don't have to deal with the fakeness. I don't have to deal with the toxic people. I don't have to deal with the toxicity that some people bring into your lives, because all I have to do to get rid of them is one button. Literally, I hate to block people, but sometimes you got to. And that's essentially what I've done in my real life too. People like that, I've just hit them with a block button. And, I've been better for it. And like I said, also realizing, okay, why am I getting upset about my seat being moved? I need to stop, recenter myself, get my shit right, and make sure I'm good. It's a seat. I can move it. It's not that big of a deal. Or, whatever the case may be. I don't need to get worked up over it, because then you find yourself starting to go down that fucking spiral. And it's like a spiral staircase. Once you start falling, there's no stopping until you hit the bottom. I don't know if you guys have ever fallen down a spiral staircase. I hope you haven't. I have literally fallen down a spiral staircase more times than I would like to admit. No, I wasn't drunk. I wish I would have been, because it probably wouldn't have hurt as bad. But there ain't no stopping until you get done on that whirlwind, because you're going all the way down to the bottom and you're gonna hit that ground. And I don't know which hurts worse, hitting the ground or getting rolled for however long it takes. But that's having that awareness and that mental capability, and having your mind right to go, okay, I'm starting to slip here. Let me get my footing. Let me realize whatever it is not as bad as I'm thinking it is. So we're just gonna kind of push forward and move on. Like I said, do I have my days? Yeah, I still have my days where I get a little bit depressed, but they usually don't last more than a day or two. We're allowed to have those days. I think they call them mental health day. But naturally, as men, we automatically have the weight of the world on our shoulders because we worry about our kids, we worry about our finances, we worry about providing and having a house and paying the bills and this, that, and the other thing, making sure the kids have everything they need. So you already have that built-in worry and that built-in stress. Sometimes can be a little bit overwhelming. Not to factor in when you throw in outside stuff that you're not expecting, or the unplanned, or something like that really just next thing you know, it's a fucking hurricane. Not aspiring, yes. I'll have to tell that on a Wednesday or a Saturday. We need to get you a goddamn flat. You don't need to deal with the stairs anymore in your life. Yeah, I'll have to share that story one time. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. I've gone down a set of spiral stairs, and it's not fun. And no, I wasn't drinking. I promise you, I was not drinking, and I wasn't hungover or anything. What do I have in here? I can't remember. It's definitely not that. I bought 2 new bottles of juice. Fluffy Dragon, Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy, and Dragon Punch. Sweet apple watermelon candy. That's what I have in there. But that's it. That's another. And again, I'm no doctor. I'm no expert. But just in my experience and dealing and going through this stuff, I've noticed as I've began to grow and get my shit kind of somewhat in check, my mental stability in check, I'm more aware of things than I ever was before. For me personally, obviously, I'm aware of situations outside, with friends or people, or really, stuff like that. But like me personally, where most of the time that's where we kind of fall and we drop the balls. We don't take care of ourselves, whether it's physically or mentally. We're not taking care of ourselves properly. So that's kind of where I was. Where now it's like, no, 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 no. I know what's going on. Hey, I'm talking to you right here upstairs. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up for a minute. I need to be a mindless zombie for a minute. But you know, 4 levels of depression. Situation, biological, psychiatric, psychological. Huh. I just wanted a little bit more information than what I kind of, so I was kind of looking stuff up tonight, and I'm learning that there's a lot more that goes into um not want to look and see something. I'm trying to find something. So this is the other thing that I learned as I started diving into this world. And as I said, and I'm just gonna speak for me personally. Um, when I started this quote unquote journey, and you're probably going to hear me say that a lot for me personally, when I started this journey to better mental health, um, one of the first things that obviously I wanted to do was get my body right. I started eating better. Now I'm not saying I eat healthy or I'm a vegan or anything, but I was eating. I'm eating on a more regular basis. I'm eating better. I'm you know
But are you though?
I didn't say I was eating healthy.
You said you were eating better.
I am eating better from not eating for days at a time to maybe eating once or twice a day. There's a big difference between now and then. I've always been one. I've never been a big eater, but I'm eating better. Like I said, I'm not eating healthy by no means, but I'm eating better. I try to have some kind of sleep pattern. I'd like to say Nikki and I go to bed at a decent time. However, we do come back here and lay in bed and watch true crime televisions for 2 hours and an hour or 2 hours and whatnot. Um, but and then I'd like to get back into the gym. I keep saying that, but it's like I am a very routine person, and once I get into a habit or whatever or routine, I like it that way, and I try to keep it that way. Once that routine is broken, it's very hard for me to get back into it. that I don't have a lot of free time outside of like the weekends. I mean, I'm doing a show 4 nights a week. I'm working. You know, Nikki and the kids are here, so not that she would stop me from going to the gym or anything like that, but it's hard to get into that routine. But I'm taking care of my body a little bit better than I used to. Still not 100%. But then I was able to, once that was getting better, then I was able to start focusing on my mental aspect, and start trying to clean that up. And I learned a little bit through therapy. It helps having a partner who I can actually talk to, who's not going to make me feel like shit if I'm having a bad day. Um, and then, like I said, having this podcast has been fantastic because I can, um, you know, if I am having a bad day or whatever, we can do the show and I can come in here and hang out and have a good time and forget about it for a little bit and realize that once the show like once the show's over, whatever that it might have been that was bothering me at the time being, or if it's just something as simple as coming home and just sitting on the couch and watching TV with Nikki, it's that whatever that was bothering me, I can start to kind of slow my brain down enough to go, okay, it's not that big of a deal. You're getting worked up over nothing, you know. Whereas before I would have just let it start to just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat at me. So, get your diet right or better, whatever. Try to get some sleep. Maybe do some exercise. Check out our friends at Liquid IV. Get properly hydrated. Use promo code Words Are Hard. Little shameless plug. Sorry. And then you'll start to notice that the mental stuff becomes pretty easy, especially when you start to acknowledge it. That's the biggest. That's the biggest hurdle you're going to have to that you're going to have to go across when it comes to. And again, you're probably going to hear me say this a lot on Monday nights. Actually acknowledging and coming to terms and realizing that there's something wrong and that you have a problem, and be willing to accept change. I've known people in my life, and there's people that I've cut out of my life that know they're a problem, know they have problems, but won't admit to it, nor even be anywhere in any frame of mind be willing to try to change because they don't think there's anything wrong with them, even though everybody around them is saying the exact same thing. They will die on that hill and say, I'm not that way. That's not how I am. I don't do that. Why would I change? I asked you before what your email was. I have it, but I can't remember what it was. I texted it and I put it in the group chat. I'll send it to you on Twitch as well. And I didn't say that's a huge thing right there. Is to A, acknowledge there's a problem, and B, be willing to make a change or accept that you need to make a change. Uh, and that was I think that's why I was where I was for so long, for so many years, was because I didn't I didn't think and I didn't know that something was wrong. Let alone if I did know, I didn't care and I wasn't gonna fucking change it because I'm a stubborn dickhead. Uh, you know. Um, so and that's what I said about Haas. Haas got his got his body right and got his started getting physically right, and now he's working on his mental well being. And then we got this guy, 2 hours late. He's probably gonna be like, "Oh, I had to work. Oh, I was smoking meth with."
Family stuff.
I was smoking some guy's meat. I mean, smoking meat on the grill.
Grilling.
What's going on with you, man?
Not much. Just another week of work. Back from out of town, obviously. But
Yeah, how'd that go?
it went well. A lot of work. The branch manager is trying to see if he could get myself and my coworker back over there for like maybe a week or 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I have no problem with that. How's your week going?
Crazy. Not crazy. Not so much crazy. I got a weird work situation going on right now. So
Yeah, you're in the new building, right?
yeah, I'm in the new building. I love the new building. I really like the new building. I like my new property manager. She's great so far. The property's really cool. I love where it's at. I don't like the drive. Let me get one thing straight. I don't like driving from Newark to Columbus to downtown Columbus every day. It's about a 45-minute drive. And much like any major city, major metropolis, the traffic fucking blows.
Oh, you poor
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
You
So,
poor thing.
but I am in the
like,
arena district. So, which the arena district, for those of you who don't know, if you're not from Ohio, Nationwide Arena is right across the street from my one building. That's where the Columbus Blue Jackets play, our NHL team. Right behind my other building is Huntington Park, which is where the Columbus Clippers play, which is our minor league baseball team. They're a Cleveland Guardians minor league team. And then just kind of catty corner, a few blocks away from me, is the brand new Crew Stadium. If anybody's a soccer fan, you know who the Columbus Crew are. I think they're defending champs, or they just won the championship again. And then I got Kimba Live a couple of blocks down from me, which is a huge music venue. So I've got a lot of stuff going on, and perks of the job is I do have free parking if I ever go down there because we have a parking garage on my building. So, I got free parking for, where if I go down there for an event, you're looking at $20, $30 for parking. I've already been told, hey, the board told me, hey, make sure you use that parking pass if you're ever down here for a hockey game. Because I was like, okay.
Nice.
But I like the area. I like the buildings. I'm not a big fan of residential, but everything, these are all owned. All these condos are owned, so we don't do anything on the inside because they have to call and have like plumbers come out if they have a plumbing issue or something like that, or electrician or whatever. We're just there for the building and whatnot. So got to meet a lot of the residents. A lot of them are really nice. So I'm liking it. I just a weird situation going on with the company I work for. So
Mm,
it's one of those things that's kind of been weighing heavy on my mind for the last about a week and a half now. So
gotcha.
that's how I was talking about depression and going through depression and dealing with depression on a personal note tonight.
Mm,
Excuse me. And I said in this last week and a half or whatever, it's really had me reflecting and looking back on how far I've come, and at the same time how bad I really was, for all those years without, ever nobody ever going, what the hell's going on, or B, myself personally looking in the mirror going, you're a fucking mess, dude. Like, you're fucking falling apart. It just became so normal and such a part of everyday life. Like I said, I almost flipped a switch and just became a robot. Everything I did was very routine. Get up, go to work, come home, eat dinner, play with the kids, go to bed. Very, very routine cycle. And work, when I was at work, it was almost scripted. No matter what I was doing,
yeah.
it was
I
just a
mean,
script every day that played out.
well, also too. I mean, just thinking back, like with your parents and everything, like growing up, it was like routine to them, and then their parents before them. I mean,
Yeah.
like with my dad, it was just like work, sleep, spend time with the fam, back to work. My dad's like systematic, so it was just. I mean, because like as long as I've been alive, I've never ever ever recalled my dad taking a vacation.
Mhm.
And when he did, he just stayed home. He didn't go anywhere, didn't plan, oh, hey, we're going to go to Galveston or, oh, we're going to go to San Antonio to SeaWorld. None of that. Still to this day, as many times I've been to San Antonio, I have never gone to SeaWorld. I've been everywhere else in San Antonio,
Yeah.
but never SeaWorld.
Everywhere.
I mean, I mean, it's just, it's just kind of, they were just hardwired. It was just their generations. I mean, it's a generational thing that's been passed down. So
Mhm.
to us, yeah, it does seem systematic and it's a routine. But however, though it's not all that bad, you can modify it.
Yeah. Well, and that's like even like we were in. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I can't remember who it was. I lived in Charleston for like 10 years. I never really got to fully experience or enjoy living in Charleston, except for like the 6 or 7 months I was there after my ex-wife and I split. Because she never invited me out anywhere. I never went out with her and her friends. I never, the occasion I would go out with her and the kids to like the beach or whatever, or there would be a few times here and there where we would get together with friends or whatever. But I never really got to do a lot of the things I wanted to do, or because I was always working. And I always dreaded. I mean, I took vacation. I took one week a month, or 1 week a year, 1 week a month, 1 week a year, and we would take the kids to like Disney, or we would take them to. We took them to Legoland one year. We went to Disney. You know, we'd come back home to Ohio or whatever. But the downside was because all I did was work, and if I wasn't at work, I was just in my garage. Because I didn't want to be around the outside world, so to say. When I was at work, all I was doing was thinking, or when I was on vacation, all I was doing was thinking about work, because when I worked at Orkin, you didn't have somebody to cover your route for you while you were on vacation. So you kill yourself either the week leading up to your vacation, so you're freaking exhausted the entire week you're off, or you don't, and then when you come back from vacation, you're automatically 2 weeks behind.
Yeah.
So it's like, it wasn't until I came when I found out that I had to come back to Ohio, that's when I decided I was making some changes. I was no longer working myself to death. I was working 70, 60, 70, 80 hours a week at working. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, and then also too, for some reason, it's kind of like caveman DNA in our genetic structure.
Yeah.
For us as men is that we were kind of built to work the long hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, because it's like the responsibility or the duty, if you will, it's like being the provider, the protector, all these roles in the household. So yeah, guys work. I mean, I did it too. It's like when I was in the medical field, I was doing 60 hours a week, only
Mm-hmm.
one day off, and on that day off, I slept and did laundry. And then,
Right.
like in the oil field, I mean, my rotation was 15 on, 6 days off, but I lose a day driving 8 to 9 hours to West Texas and back. So I'm only home for 4 days, and normally on the first day I'm back, I don't want. I turn my phone off. I'm like, I'm asleep. I'm sleeping up on the whole day. But but we're working. I mean, think about it: 15 days straight, 12-hour shifts. Sometimes 14, and then on top of that, the drive to location and from location.
Exactly.
So yeah. I mean, and the guys still do it. Hell, um, one of the field supervisors. I mean, this guy's like 68 years old and was doing circles around me. He's
Mm-hmm.
like, and he's sitting there like, come on, city slicker, let's go, city boy. And I'm just like, yes. Sir. But the thing about it was, I never bitched or moaned and complained. As much as he belittled me, as much as he talked down to me, as much as he insulted me, but the fact that I just said yes sir, and I just kept giving him that respect, and he just go. And when we got off of work, we got back to the hotel we were staying at because we lived that man camp hotel life.
Mm-hmm.
But we got back to the hotel, and at the bar, I'm just sitting by myself, and the next he just has a bottle of. I mean, the rest of the guys drove Michelob Ultra, which I teased them about,
Yeah.
but he knew what I was drinking because he saw what I was drinking, so he just went up there. Boom, shot in the bucket. He goes, he bought me 2 bottles, and he just goes, "You're okay, kid." and
Yeah,
I was
right.
like, "Thank you, sir."
You get that acceptance. It's crazy because for me, whether I was doing construction, building houses, doing remodels, doing heavy equipment, building maintenance, whatever, you know, work's always been that escape from reality for me. Because even though I was going through the motions and it was a routine, it was one of the few places where my brain shut off and I didn't think about all the problems at home, problems with my marriage, financial stuff, whatever. And that's kind of where the gym became for me as well. When when I was down in Charleston and I started going to the gym, that was I could literally put my headphones on and crank my music up, and I didn't think about anything. And that's
Yeah,
I think that's why I hit the gym so hard. I was going for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours at night, and it was just an escape from reality. But at the end of the day, it really didn't do much for me because as soon as I stepped back out into my
you
car,
still got to encounter it.
headphones off, reality slapped me right back in the face. So
Yeah,
again, like you said, it's just part of our genetic makeup. And I said that earlier, as men, we do we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders, even when we don't have to. You know what I mean? We have that.
yeah,
We have to make sure we're financially stable. We have to make sure that we're providing, that we're protecting, that kids have everything they need. Our significant other has everything they need. We have a roof over our head. There's food in our bellies, clothes on our backs, blah blah blah. Even when things are going good, we still have that in the back of our mind of, am I doing enough? I could be doing
Yeah.
more, you know?
Yeah, and also too, and what I've also observed, like me growing up in the city and seeing how the guys in the city work. The guys that are, they got their college degree and then they got their, like their kind of, if they're family owned a company or they're a part somewhere affiliation with the company, how they could just easy got that first class ticket in, which is fun. I ain't knocking that, but I just see how those guys like, oh yeah, I'll just pay somebody to do it. I'll pay somebody else versus Leggy's out. Bye, Helen. But
Bye, lady.
but
Stay away from the stairs.
but guys from small towns aren't as lucky because they on weekends mow the yard, take care
Mhm.
of the house. Anything what's going on? Okay, I need to fix the garbage disposal, whatever. Versus guys in the city. Oh yeah, I'll call the plumber. I'll do this.
Yeah, the guys that are
So
calling are guys like you and me. You know?
right. So yeah, that was like one thing I've observed, like guys that were born and raised in the city and have that
Mhm.
that good choice. I would that
Quote
choice
unquote
of
born,
living an easier life
yeah,
versus
quote unquote born with a silver spoon in their mouth.
yeah. And
You know,
then hey Connor. But then, guys like us, we're blue collar, we're like, all right, we'll get it to you.
well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like I grew up with guys, and I'm still friends with some of them to this day, um, whose family own massive farms, and you would look at them and you wouldn't know, but they're millionaires. But every day they're up at the ass crack of dawn and they're out there until the sun goes down. They're working the fields, they're working the animals, they're repairing shit on the farm. They're still putting in hard work every single day. But they, on all honesty, they really don't have to. It's just a mentality that
Yeah.
you're brought up with, and these are guys who are like fourth and fifth generation farmers, maybe even at this point, sixth generation
Oh yeah.
farmers.
Especially like barbecue. I mean, like restaurant. I mean, because we have we have a lot of barbecue spots, a lot of family owned restaurants. Like their great grandparents started it up, and then they're like I'm the fourth, fifth generation running the shop because it was just kind of like their continuing legacy. So a lot of them didn't go to college, or probably if they did, it'll be like financial, that way they keep the business going,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's hardwired.
hmm No, that's why I said, one of the many changes that I made for myself when I came back home to Ohio, and um and like I said, I had no choice in the matter. I had no say coming back to Ohio, and it's just my ex said she was coming back with the kids, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to be 12 hours away from my kids, so that's not the type of dad I am. But when I came back home, I said, hey, I'm not working 60, 70, 80 hours a week anymore. I'm taking my weekends. I want to have that time to unwind. Not only that, since I've been home, I've been blessed with, the few companies I've been with that I've had good vacation time. When I first got home, and one of the first jobs I had was at Abercrombie, and day one I started, uh, they start you out with 25 days of vacation. And I'm still in this.
Wait. You worked at Abercrombie?
Yeah, I worked at the headquarters. I worked at the DCs.
You khaki wearing sweater vest looking motherfucker.
I was actually security. I wore my blue jeans and my boots, and I had an
No, no,
Abercrombie.
no, 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 I don't want to hear that. You wore the khaki pants, a sweater vest, you
No,
asshole.
no, no, no. I got pictures. I wore my boots and my blue jeans, and I actually have one of my security shirts in there because every year they do a big concert for the camp that they have. They have camps for kids. It's called the Challenge, and every year since I quit, they still call me to come and help with the challenge. So I've kept one of my shirts for that every year. I have one. It's just an Abercrombie polo that says security across the back, and it's got security embroidered on the chest. No, they tried to tell me I had to wear Abercrombie jeans. However, they realized real quick they don't make Abercrombie jeans in size Sasquatch. so I was allowed to wear my own jeans.
Uh-huh.
So I was in security, so we didn't have to. We didn't. Now, however, I will say I do have quite a bit of Hollister and Abercrombie stuff in my closet. Granted, it's just like T-shirts and hoodies, and and
Sweater vests
I got some boxers and stuff. So
and sweater vests.
I don't have a sweater vest. Wait, do I have a sweater vest? Hold on a second.
You do.
No, I don't. What's that? I don't. You know what? I'm gonna have to look and see. I don't think I have a sweater vest. I do have a T-shirt
Go.
hoodie,
Go
which I
look.
love.
Oh wait. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go look. I'll wait. Nikki, go look for it. I'll wait.
I don't think I do. I'll be 100% honest with you. If I find one, I'll bring it out. I don't think I have a sweater vest.
Hey, Brian, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. How's it going?
Yeah, we can't complain, man. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We are definitely blessed.
Yeah. He's actually got a sweater vest. She pointed out where it was.
No, I don't have one in here.
I thought you did.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I have sweaters. I have a turtleneck, but that's South Pole. I've had that for years.
Sure.
Oh, hey, Connor.
My button ups that are. So this is
Nikki,
the shirt I had to wear for work, Brian. This is a polo.
Aw.
And it's not even, it's freaking Hollister. So, yeah. But no, I don't have a sweater vest.
Nikki, he wants a sweater vest.
I had to think about that.
Oh, top flight security of the world, Craig. The world.
He wants a sweater vest. We need to we need to go start up a GoFundMe and just be like sweater vest for Glick. Hey, khaki pants.
And some aviator sunglasses.
With some polo boat shoes.
Yeah. Get him as close to Paul Blart as we can possibly get him. Oh, we are terrible, Brian. Look, this is why Glick shouldn't leave us unattended with his show.
I tried the sweater vest one time. It didn't work, but then for some reason, like my aunt, when I remember for my birthday and Christmas, which sucks, is because like my birthday's in December, so I get 2 gifts a month, for the month, and
Yeah.
I even had a cardigan at one time, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Right. What? I don't even know what that is.
Cardigan sweater. I wore that like for church and school photos.
Oh, okay. I got you. Look,
Yeah, it's like the sweater. It's like the sweater. It's got that long V. It's like very open. It's like buttoned up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I had a cardigan, but yeah, the sweater vest. Yeah, it didn't work out.
Speaking of Abercrombie, Connor and I worked
We've
together.
got the 2 sexiest underwear models on.
I'm just saying, I didn't want to brag or anything, but no.
Hey, Connor, you look like that guy from the Subway commercials, the one that's in jail.
Hoss,
Yes.
where's your face? Where's your one guard?
I'm kind of. Hold on. I'll show you. Hold on. Give me just a second.
Oh man. But I think we should like start a GoFundMe. Get started
Being Little
GoFundMe.
Spoon's the best. Sorry.
Yes, it is. I love it.
Squeak, Brian. Squeak.
Now, what I was saying about working at Abercrombie was when I started there. We had 25 days of vacation time, and when they told me that, I flat out told them, I said, "What the hell am I going to do with 25 days? I don't take vacation." And my boss was like, "You're gonna take them now because you got 25 of them to use." And sure as shit, man, I came in one day. We were getting close to the end of the year, and if you didn't use it, you lose it. And I came in, and my boss was like, "Oh, I was looking at your vacation time," and I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'll see you in 2 weeks." I went, "What? Am I in trouble?" He's like, "No, you're on vacation. Have fun. We'll see you in 2 weeks." I was like, "Okay." I didn't know what to do. I just went home.
Hey, wouldn't an option be to cash out your vacay and work during your vacay?
There was no cash out option.
Oh, that's fucked.
There was
I don't know. That's
what are you doing?
Oh, I'm laying in bed. What are you doing?
Shut up, Brian.
I love it when I'm in bed with the guys.
What accentuates your
warming up
beard in your
spot,
eyes?
Lick.
Excuse me. Look, there's no one coming out of my bed.
No, the front spot.
It's Jake from State Farm.
At 3 a.m.
What are you wearing?
Underwear.
That's Hoss right now. What are you wearing?
Brian, I'm gonna show
Nipples.
up on the show one night wearing this, Brian.
The second one you'll love. Won't you be my neighbor?
That's a snazzy sweater vest right there. I think I can pull that off.
Bro,
That
you would
does
look
look
like
like some
fucking
shit that
Carlton
Brian
Banks
would
if
wear.
he was ever white. I swear.
But think about it though. I mean, like, look, it'll fit, drape over his
Jesus.
shoulders perfectly. The color's good. It blends in with the beard, accentuates his eyes.
And then you can wear the side holsters on the side underneath your dress coat.
I mean, if Connor had one too, if Connor wore one too, he'd be like, "Hi, I'm tech support."
Thank you for calling tech support.
Thank you for calling Geek Squad.
My name is Connor. How may I help you?
Fuck you, buddy.
I mean,
All right, bro. Let me
This
get 10
snazzy
on
little
5.
black number here. Get it?
I can't do
Oh well, let me see. There we go.
Those
There's the Mr. Rogers.
Make you look like you went to a freaking frat school.
Bel Air Academy.
Exactly.
Right?
now this, however, I will rock. I will rock this one.
Oh, that's
That's
actually
clean.
pretty nice, Brian.
That is clean.
That
I could
is-
rock that.
Yeah, that I was gonna say that I can get down with.
Yeah.
Little screen shaker.
What is it? A
Yeah.
dress?
Nah, it's one of those
Yep.
Victorian steampunk type formal vests.
Oh,
Ooh,
Leyland wanted one of those.
Because you can wear because like those type of vests, you can wear that with jeans, you can wear that with black slacks, khakis. That vest would go with anything.
Mhm. Yeah, they got it here in.
I mean, look at that,
Oh shit!
right? Right?
Oh, somebody's camper.
Oh, that's slick right there, dude.
Yeah.
Man, I'd wear that underneath or over my t-shirt. For real, nothing else required.
Oh, okay. I get that.
Oh, that's a nice
red too.
yeah,
That's
I really like
nice.
that.
that's a nice pattern. Yeah.
Got that Wyatt Earp vibe going on.
Nah,
Yeah,
more
right.
like Doc Holliday. That's more like Doc Holliday.
Yeah,
really.
Doc Holliday. That's what I meant. Yeah,
Hey, Jeeves.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Oh, yeah. There we go. I like the blue.
Oh,
Navy
that's
right there.
nice.
Welcome to
Looks like
part
a
of,
Harry
You wouldn't
Potter
catch my
film.
fat ass dead in one of those, but that's nice. Ooh,
Oh yeah. Silver, I can rock
Yeah,
that silver too.
for like my best friend's wedding I paid for like my way to pay for like
The
the
white
bachelor
screen,
guys.
the white screen. I'm in a boy band. Ask me about it.
But yeah, I paid for the tuxedos, and the tuxedos we had were like zoot suits, but like the vest, the color vest and everything was like that bandana print,
that's hot.
and it was all
Mhm.
purple. It was like, yeah, we had that with the bow ties and everything. It was dude, it was baller. Say
Welcome
what
back,
you want about the
Jeeves.
Zoot. Say what you want about the Zoot suit, but the Zoot suit rocks. It plays.
I've always wanted to wear one. Like I've never had a reason to wear one. I've always wanted one. Nikki said no. No Zoot suits allowed.
No, man. No. The Zoot
You're
suit
wrong,
plays.
bro.
The Zoot suit plays. You know what? When it's y'all's anniversary, y'all go out. You wear it. You know, matter of fact, you wear that on your wedding day.
Yeah, right.
Rock that
I'm
Zoot suit.
thinking about making that last vest there. Not show attire. Like that's a mandatory dress code. We got to get one in every color so you can wear it on the show.
Yeah, another rule I get to break.
Be classy.
Yeah. We're professionals here. We got to look good. It's not always about men's mental health. It's also about men's fashion. We want you guys to not only have your mind right, but have your fashion right as well.
Hey, if you can find a pair of jeans that's got the crotch bulge that kind of sticks out about, you know, 3 inches or so, let me know. I need some inspiration. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, no. Oh no. We need
So while he's doing that, can I read you what I got in the mail today?
Yeah, you said you sent me a text that said something on some real shit. Check this out. And I was like, what am I looking at? And you're like, I'll just come up on the show if you don't care.
All right. So this is from a nonprofit. Oh, hold on.
Oh God, this has nothing to do with anything. This is like some like weird political thing.
Okay, so this is from a nonprofit organization called RIP Medical. It says, we are writing to share you good news. You no longer own medical debts listed in the corner of this. And it's a damn near $2,000 hospital bill.
Damn.
Yeah, no strings attached gift. They said if I did tell my story on how great they were going to send me an Amazon gift card for $50. But Randy was telling me, man, I was like, who would do that? And she says it doesn't matter who would do something like that. It's the fact that if you do good things to good people, good things come back on you.
Agreed. 100%.
But I don't know how none of that played out. I knew nothing about any of it. I don't even know how my information got out there.
It's hard to say.
Probably like that. The algorithm.
That's wild, dude. Like I have no earthly idea who would even contact somebody like that.
Yeah, no, that's kind of crazy. But I mean, shit, if it's a legit thing and they're legitimately taking care of the medical bills, fuck, I wouldn't argue it.
No, hell no, man. I'm grateful for that, man, because with my 4 kids, dude, I can't afford health insurance. You know, all my shit comes straight out of pocket for my medicine, my doctor visits, everything, and I can't afford it. And then you got to go. If I got to go to the ER with some bad shit, that don't, you know what I mean? Like that's $10,000 minimum right there at the minimum.
No, that's wild.
I mean, yeah, that's wild, man. I'm grateful. I really am.
Hell yeah, dude. Like I said, I mean, as long as it's like a legit thing, hell yeah, man. That's fucking awesome. You can't beat that.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Trust me.
Legit. They've been around since like 2014, I think is what the website said.
Yeah, no, I mean, just in today's day and age, man, you got to be, excuse me, you got to be so careful. You know, with the scams and the scam artists, and there's so many of them out there that sound so damn legit or sound real, and then next thing you know, you're in a worse situation than you were prior to it. But no, that's like a legit thing, and it's legit taken care of. Fuck yeah, man. No, you know, medical insurance for family is no joke. You guys, I don't even want to tell y'all how much I spend. Comes out of my paycheck every paycheck for insurance. It's insane.
Yeah, for me and my kids,
It is
bro,
insane.
it's like $500 a week that comes out of my shit.
Mm.
And I can't afford $500 a week, and then on top of rent and lights and all that stuff, man, there's no way.
Go work at Mickey D's, man. They're making like $40 an hour now, apparently.
Yeah.
Mickey D's can't handle me.
That was an entry level job that was not meant to become a career. And these motherfuckers are like, we want more money. We want more money. Bitch, go get a real job. You work at
And
McDonald's.
then they replace them with them self checkout kiosks. Yeah, there's your pay raise right there, buddy.
Yeah, you can't take a piece of bread, put a cheeseburger, or put a patty on there, put a piece of cheese on there, put some pickles and some mustard and another piece of bread on top of it. You're lucky you make what you make. You goofy ass figure out how to make a cheeseburger, and then you can get more money.
Look, if you want $15 an hour, listen here, my burgers better come out looking like they do on the commercials.
Exactly. But,
yeah, but everybody, I don't know. It's just, I think I did one way back when, but I did a live stream on, I think it was on Haps. It was about like work ethic. Is that a thing of the past?
I think it really is.
I think it is, but I also at the same time, I think it's because this newer generation ain't gonna sit around and be treated like shit.
I mean, because like with my job, like, you know, like one of my friends was asking me, he's like, how come I don't want to take a managerial position? I said, no, I'm taking a long break from it. I mean, if they really insist that they want me to be in a managerial position, then yeah, it is. Then, you know, I would consider it. I would consider it, but then I said, but at the same time, where I'm at right now, I'm in a good spot right now because with my job, like they send me places to work, like different locations. Like this past week, I was in Georgetown, Texas, which is like 30 minutes north of Austin, Texas. I never, as many times I've been to Austin, I'd never been to Georgetown. And then last year they flew me out to Phoenix, and then a few months later they flew me out to Birmingham. So I mean, but it's like I'm in a good spot with my job, and one of the guys, he's no longer with the company anymore because he just went woke and went broke. But he was always all like thinking like I'm playing, you know, like I'm kissing ass or whatever, or they're thinking like they're playing favoritism. And I keep telling them, I said, well, you put in the amount of hours that I do, you do the type of work that I do, and then you kind of rep the company like I do, then yeah, you probably could be able to. But if you're gonna sit there and bitch and moan over the littlest thing when you only have, and which is really mind-boggling to me, he had the most easiest job, and that's just to be a stalker. And he was complaining about that.
Yeah, no,
he was complaining he wanted to get paid more, but he only had one job versus me, like forklift operator, clamp operator, cherry picker operator, loading and unloading, shipping and receiving, transfers, driver. It's like, really, my 7 to your one job, really, and you want my salary? Nah,
exactly.
man.
And that's the thing. I mean, that's the mentality with the generation today is, you know, they come out of college, no work experience, nothing like that, and they think they should automatically be making 6+ figures a year. And it's like,
I've been lied to.
Yeah, I was like, well, you know, it's like I had a cat that I was talking to. He just left our company, and he went to another company, and he was like, well, you know, since I'm leaving, and I know we're not technically supposed to talk about this, but how much do you get paid now? And I told him, and he was like, wow, really? And how long have you been here? And I was like, 2 years. He's like, wow. He's like, and that's one of the reasons I'm leaving. And I was like, well, I've also, you're 28, dude. You've been here for 8 years. You had no experience whatsoever. I've also been doing this line of work now for 20 plus years.
Yeah, your experience and tenure.
So, my resume and my experience speaks for itself. You don't have that because you came in here with no knowledge, nothing like that. They trained you. You've been here ever since. Now, you've used that 8 years as a stepping stone because you're moving on and you're going to make more money. But yeah, you shouldn't. If they bring in a kid fresh from high school and he was making as much money as I'm making right now, I'd be pissed.
Oh man, like my nephew makes more than I do. My nephew's like 23, 24. He makes more than I do because he went ahead and he works with my older brother, and
Mhm.
he went ahead and did an apprenticeship doing HVAC.
Yeah.
And he makes like $5 more than I do.
Yeah.
But am I mad about it? No, because he actually went and did something that
Mhm.
because I chose to.
What you're losing is pay. You're gaining in experience. You're gaining and learning for further on down the road, and you can't put a dollar amount on that.
Mhm.
Right.
No, I wish I could go back in time and tell. Well, there's a lot of things that I would tell 16-year-old me, like, hey, who's going to win the Super Bowl for the next 20-some years? But but outside of that, I would say, hey, dummy, when those apprenticeship programs come up, don't be an asshole and take one of them. I wish I would be, and
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to get like a state union apprenticeship, but I was like, I don't want to be a plumber the rest of my life. Had I done it, my
Ooh,
ass
look
would
at that underbelly.
yeah, I'd be retired with a fat stack of money.
Yeah, you definitely got the ass for a plumber.
I mean, if I could go back in time, when people ask me that, like, if you could change anything, what would you change? And I said, not getting injured in the first place, because if I was injury free, I'd be in the military right now. I'd be in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, there's
I said,
that.
but and then I was like, that's one. Two, stay focused on this girl and not divert and go after this girl.
Yeah, no, yeah. Hey, 16-year-old Glick, I know you love baseball and I know you love football, but listen to me.
I mean, you like I'll say by the bell, like go back in time, be like time out, and then be like,
Come out,
all right, let me pick myself up and shift over here. I'm in.
Yeah, yeah, 100%, because that's what kept me out. Well, yeah, that's what kept me out of the military was injuries. Not only that, but I also wasn't going to get to do the job that I originally wanted to do. But again, I knew that before the whole medical thing, and I was like, no big deal, because I wanted to be a ranger. But I was the sole survivor in my family. So
Yeah.
thanks a lot again. Thanks again, Private Ryan and your idiot brothers.
Like, I've always wanted to be in the military too, bro, but I don't want to be in the NATO military. You know what I mean? I want to be in the real military, not that NATO crap.
I mean, like,
Well,
I mean, for me though, because like when I took it, and I said before, like when I took my ASVAB test and everything, and then my recruiter's like, "Wow, you're mainly mechanical." I said because like wood shop and auto shop was like my, other than football, wood shop, auto shop was my therapeutic outlet.
Yeah,
Football was my aggressive outlet.
right.
So, but it was just like that was my outlet and everything. But then mainly like the auto shop, because I was that much of a gearhead, and my dad was all like, "Well, if you're gonna pick a job, pick something you'll take when you retire out." And I'm like, "Well, okay, well, mechanics." So yeah, I'll learn I'll go to school for mechanical engineering and just be a mechanical engineer. And but yeah, I passed everything at the MEP's office for the Marine Corps, and then apparently though it's just they wanted a second opinion, even though my orthopedic surgeon said he was that I was good to go. I passed the test, all the physicals, and all that other stuff. But the military, like, well,
you're a risk, and that's what they told me. Because even my recruiter was like, "You can take anybody you want from any branch, and I'll bet you he can run circles around them." They're like, "Well, it's not that. The fact is, I broke my ankle twice, 2 years in a row.
I had a
I
torn ACL in my knee and
had
a
a busted
dislocated
up knee,
elbow, but
a busted up knee and a busted up shoulder. The risk is there if I move wrong and we're in battle or something like that, and I move wrong and I re-injure that ankle or I re-injure my knee or something like that, or if I'm in boot camp or something like that. So it was just like, all right, well, because I had already decided I was going to do combat engineering. I'm like, I'm already in construction. Why not just continue? And I can still do my military career because my goal was to do 20 years in the military and just that was going to be my career.
yeah, I was thinking about doing like 25 to 30.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you like retire with full benefits. We're still like, I mean, think about it. I mean, I'm 43 now. It's like if I would have gone in at 18, like 45, that's it. I'm out.
Or you do like Connor and you blow your back out in a weird army gangbang with a bunch of his buddies, and then he just
Mike and the boys.
Would not recommend.
then he gets full disability and retirement and lives high on the hog the rest of his life.
Hey, listen, man, he told you that in good faith. That was a top secret mission on a need to know basis.
He sent me videos of that top secret video.
So Connor gave Humvee a whole new meaning.
Yes.
No, I was the 50.
Yeah, that's what you call a Hummer now.
But I mean, but no. In all honesty, though, I mean, I wanted to be the first one in the Corps, but then I found out later through my older brother, if it's just that, like, to be frank, I mean, my brother caught the case of the pussy and never recovered.
Yeah.
So she'd be like, "Oh no, I'll take care of you," and he was like, "Okay." But then when he had his mental breakdown, he's like, I should have left. I should have just went ahead, gone back to the hotel. So that way on the next morning, I'm on that bus to the Marine Corps. And I'm like, wait, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, I would have been the first Marine. Then you would have been second. I went, really? He said, yeah. He goes, but he said he was like 17 at that time. And at that time, my dad signed off on it that he could go. But he was seeing this girl, and then next to know, one thing led to another. Then he was just like, I can't leave her. I can't leave her. But now he's like, man, I should have left.
Yet another woman ruining plans.
So I mean, like,
what?
Another
one-sided show. What side? There's several sides. Just
that's a dude from the UK, I think.
Yeah, that's that goofy drunk guy from the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but being turned down. I mean, first of all, like with the depression, I was already depressed because I got injured, and then it's like, am I 100%? Then on top of that, at the time, I wanted to play college football. The military was like my second, but then it was like, college football, you had to be 100%. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, well, damn, there goes that way. I mean, because after that, like after my injury, I didn't take school. I like pretty much, I mean, I was like honor roll. I was an honor roll student, and then I just kind of like didn't care anymore. Yeah. So when football season came around, I just only did enough just to pass, because you go out of the progress report to play for the whole season. Yep. So I did that. And I played all 4 years. And then I'm like, okay, well, apparently I'm not going to go to college ball. My GPA, plummeted. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go to the military. And then military said no. That really put me into depression because I trained my ass off for that. I mean, I was like 195 pounds. That was the best shape I've ever been.
Yeah.
When they're talking about I need to be 180. I'm like, I don't know anybody that I could take tips from being bulimic.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, I'm a football player. I'm a wrestler. I mean, like, yeah, I got the build, because that's what you do when you play sports. So, and then what really set me over the edge was like, the 2001, granted, 9/11 that happened. So then I'm like, I at first I wanted to fight, but then I'm like, no, you know what? They didn't want me. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna step out. And then
that's funny that you say that because that same exact thing happened to me, and that was my exact same mentality. Was no, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I was butthurt as hell because
Yeah.
I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all didn't want me a year ago because you said that I couldn't medically be cleared, but now you're beating my door down. And at the time, I'm an 18-year-old kid making $30 an hour doing concrete work. I was a concrete finisher, and I fucking love my job. And I'm like, no, I'm good. Like I
Yeah.
can't. First and foremost, I'll never see the front line. I can't actually do the job I want to do. I'm already doing the job that you that you guys will let me do, and I'm making way more money than I'm going to make with you guys. So no, I'm
Yeah,
already.
I mean, knowing what I know now, I'm glad that I got disappointed with the no, we don't want you, because I didn't. Why should I want? Why should you want me when you didn't want me then? Fuck you.
Yeah. But it set me in a depression, and then it just kind of like left me in a flux. Like, well, what do I do now?
Mhm.
I was like already my dream of playing college ball and going to the pros gone. And then, I was like wrestling, I wanted to go wrestling, like, cause they had like Lone Star Wrestling, which is like the independent circuit, but
Mhm.
they wanted guys over 6 feet. I'm under 6 feet. So I'm like, well, damn, that sucks. So that's like 2 strikes. And then,
Mhm.
then I get denied by the military, getting denied by the military. That's like 3 strikes. It's like, man, what? And I'm like, man, I'm not even good for the military after I trained my ass off for the best shape I've ever been in my life. And
Yeah.
they told me
If
no. They
you're
said
so
I was too
interested,
heavy. They said I was too heavy. And I'm like,
It's
but
shit to
I'm like,
me.
yo, brother, you
Yeah,
know?
it's like
uh,
shit to me. But I was
if you're
315
still
when I was.
interested, I know a guy that'd take you.
No, I mean, I'm 43, man. I'm past that. I'm past the
Yeah.
requirement. But I mean, but then like I think it was like 2004, 2005. Then you got like the P90X craze coming out, and the next on Muscle and Fitness, they're like going the soldiers defending our freedom, and you got a guy from the army, all branches, and they're all jacked, and I just went, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah.
I was heated, man,
They didn't say
heated.
anything about my size. I was about three something, but I was built. I was a solid 300 plus. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's so wild to hear you. It's like I'm almost like looking in one of those carnival circus mirrors where it's like a shorter Mexican version of me telling the same story because so I got denied from the military. The second time I broke my ankle, um, I was told I couldn't play baseball in college, which I had planned on doing. I didn't even want to go to college. I just wanted to go play sports. I knew I wasn't smart enough to go to college. I was going to get a goddamn business management or some whatever that easy ass course was. I just wanted to go play baseball and try to play football. Huh?
That's because you use words like most arrested.
Well, most arrested is a real word.
No, it's not.
Regardless,
You tell her hush up over there. We're busy.
but so like military went to shit, and I was like, well, I've always wanted to become a cop. I'll become a cop. Well, somebody couldn't pass the psychological evaluation. Imagine that.
No.
Now, you
So
would think that the army would want some crazy person like that. Like,
yeah.
honestly, wouldn't you not?
Well, no, the police department. I couldn't pass the psychological evaluation to become a police officer. So the injuries kept me out of the military. My mental state kept me out from being. I always wanted to be a cop. That was like I'm going to go combat engineer, and then I want to eventually do MP. And then when I
That
do
was one
retire,
of my MOSs. That's what
yeah,
combat engineering. It was like mechanical engineering, aeronautical engineering, combat engineering, and then there was intelligence, and then there was something else. But
yeah,
I was like, man,
yeah. So and then it was like, well, not going to college, not playing baseball. And I had the opportunity to play football. I don't know how. I don't think I would have ever gone pro, but the opportunity was there. But I was like, well, not doing that, not going to the military, not joining the police, and I was kind of in the same mindset. It was just like my senior year was just like, fuck this,
what do I do now? Yeah. So
and just be nothing against I love my job, I love what I do. I've learned a lot through the years being in construction and I'm that guy. I'm the jack of all trades, master of none. At the end of the day, I've done everything. I've done electrical, plumbing, drywalling, roofing, concrete, excavating. I was a heavy equipment operator. I purposely and intentionally stayed away from HVAC because it's an absolute pain in the fucking ass. It pays great, but it's an
meaning he can't fit in attics.
Very true.
Yeah,
I do not fit very well in attics or crawl spaces. I'm just saying, I'm not claustrophobic.
And he's afraid of heights.
Yeah, I was about to say, and he can't get more than like a half story off the ground.
Houses and stuff like that, I'm good with getting on roofs and everything like that. It's near the high rises and shit like that, But yeah, there is that problem that I don't really fit too well in attics and crawl spaces. I'm not claustrophobic, so I was just like, what the hell am I going to do now? This is my life. This is my life. I'm a construction guy. I'm a blue collar worker for the rest of my life. Here it is, and I did get the opportunity of working at Orkin. Surprisingly, believe it or not, I fucking love that job. I never thought in a million years I would enjoy being a bug killer, but it was a great job. And the skills that I have in the construction field and
So I
the
could
knowledge.
call you Dale.
What's that?
I could call you Dale.
You can call me Dale. I worked for Orkin for about 8-9 years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, I got them roaches, man. I gotta go kill it out there.
A lot better though. That's awesome.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean it, but yeah, like with the blue collar jobs, I mean, when you get set up with a good crew, then it's like, man, what am I mad about? Like right now with where I'm at right now working, I mean, like I love my crew,
Mhm.
and that's like the only thing is as much bullshit I deal with on my personal life, but like when I go to work, I'm like with my crew, I'm like, man, I'm happy as hell. I act like I'm 20 all over again. Acting all immature and shit. But it's like we're all having fun. We all like the time passes by and everything. But I mean, it was just even along the docks, like during my when I was denied by the military and all this other stuff, like working, doing landscaping and all that other stuff, working with crews. I mean, it's like wow, oil field, even working at the warehouse at hospitals, working with good crews. It's like life doesn't suck.
No, it's like 10 o'clock.
So, but I mean, it's just when you're working with good crews and everything. I mean, really, even though the bills, yeah, and the money and all that, but overall, though, what's really more important, like your happiness and your sanity, or money?
Yeah, what? I'm not going to go much longer.
Yeah,
she's used to that.
Therapeutic.
Yeah, I was about to say, you beat me to it. Nikki's like, if I had $1 for every time I heard that.
It's typically Monday nights.
But yeah, but like when you're working with a good crew and everything, you're like, man, what's more happier? Like I asked, what's more happier? Like your sanity and happiness or money?
Mm.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah. So yeah, like with a good crew, like man, I'm happy. I mean, and then on top of that, like doing what I do right now, I'm like, man, I get to travel, and then like just like during the day it's business, but then at that night it's a vacation. So
I've had jobs like that where I traveled for work, and that was always really cool. You especially if, like you said, you got a good crew, you got a good group of guys that you work with, which is always nice too. Kind of helps with that shit upstairs when you're dealing with stuff. If you got a good place of work or a good crew to work with. But when I was going out of town and working out of town and stuff like that a lot, we had a good crew with us. So we would, we would hang out after work. We'd go to the bar. We'd go out to eat. We'd, play cards in each other's rooms. Whatever, play euchre or whatever, and just kind of hang out and decompress or whatever from the day. And especially if we were out of town for weeks at a time, we weren't working on the weekends, so we just all hung out together.
Yeah,
and it made it nice.
Yeah, and then like last week, the whole time I was out in Georgetown, like we bust ass during the day. We'd work from 7 to 5, and we as soon as we got done, we went ahead and got a bite to eat. Then we rallied back to the hotel. Then we're like in the hotel, like I guess like the breakfast room because there's a TV in there. We're like eating our dinner. We're eating our to-go meal, eating our dinner, drinking beer, and watching Family Guy.
Yeah.
That's how we spent our nights. It's like, I mean, it was like my coworker and I, and then one guy from our San Antonio location. We're just cracking up, watching Family Guy, drinking beer, and eating Burger King.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, yeah. So I mean, like I said, it was fun. It was a fun week.
Nikki said, "I love San Antonio." Did you go out there
See?
for
Blows.
Oh yeah, Connor,
her son was out there in the Air Force.
eat it.
What'd you say, Chris? Sorry,
Nikki's
I couldn't
son was
hear
out
you.
in San Antonio. He's in the Air Force. Now he's on vacation in Italy or France or some shit for the next 5 years.
No, 2025.
So
He's got another year left.
He's got his orders.
year.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy a lot of Texas, but the only part of Texas I don't like is like the southern border and all the big cities. Everything else is I love it.
Yeah, I hate. So like where the border is at on the south side, and the northern border that touches all the states around it. So everything from like in between that.
Are you telling me the border's on
between
the
border?
south of Texas?
What?
Yeah, like down like in Laredo.
Wait a minute. I thought it was North Texas where the Mexican border was.
No, that'd be Oklahoma.
Yeah, basically the same thing.
Like
Whoa.
downtown Laredo, Texas,
Whoa.
you literally spit into Juarez, Mexico, and it stinks. It is a shithole.
Weren't you down? Whoa, Haas.
Well, whoa.
Weren't you? You said you were down south, weren't you, Connor?
Yeah, I was in El Paso.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
3 years.
That's East Texas. Or no, West
Oh,
Texas.
shit.
West Texas.
It's also a border town.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God! You drive down the 10, there were signs that said "Watch for falling people."
No, I mean, no. Literally though, like in El
wild.
Paso, they have the state troopers patrolling the board. They have the wall. They have like their wall set up in El Paso, and there's like literally state troopers and National Guard patrolling that wall.
Damn.
San Antonio sucks.
Me and Brandy's got pictures of the wall right there in Laredo, and you can see border patrol just patrolling up and down the borders from the interstate.
I mean, yeah. You have Brownsville, you have Eagles Pass, you have Laredo, Brownsville, yeah. But overall, like the other parts of Texas is cool. I mean, Corpus Christi is beautiful. San Antonio is awesome.
If you like mediocre towns,
get some sun, man. You look too white to me.
Sorry, the snow doesn't reflect the UV rays. It's only the light.
Yeah, that's your only camouflage.
I don't need camouflage. I'll go dump my head in some mud. I'll be all right.
No,
you hear like his wife. You hear his wife, Connor. Shit. Boom, right in the snow. Peeping out like a snowman, like beep, beep.
I can see your hair.
Damn it.
Hi, Connor's Nikki.
I got my AirPods in. She can't hear you.
But no, man, but San Antonio, I love going to San Antonio, Austin. It's just one of those towns you can just relax, unwind. However, though, like I said previously before, the only hell on earth in Texas is Dallas.
Well.
So
Dallas.
Talk all the mad shit you want about Dallas. You have free reign, but all the other towns, I will defend.
Dallas is horrible.
I have a buddy of mine who works for the TSA. He's from Michigan. He's from Lake Sinclair, Detroit, Lake Sinclair area. and he got the job with the TSA up in Michigan. And then a couple months after he got the job, they're like, "Hey, we're transfer you to Texas. You cool with that?" And he's like, "Oh, I guess." And he's in Austin, and he and I've heard a lot about Austin. I would like to visit Austin. I think I would like the music scene, the food scene, the
Oh, yeah.
bar stuff like that. But he got down there, and he was down there for a couple months, and we were talking. He was like, "Dude," he's like, "Glick." He was like, "You come down here, you're never gonna fucking leave." He was like, "This place is made for you." He's like, "The music down here, the food is phenomenal." He said, "You'll never fucking leave."
Yeah, I mean the Austin city limits. That's like where all musicians. That's like their breakout moment, or they finally got their notoriety. It's like one of the stepping stones till their to their popularity. I mean, plus it's a college town, University of Texas. So yeah, you're popular with Sixth Street. Yeah, like Sixth Street, that's like a popular bar scene, and then like on, I can't remember if it was like Third Street or Fifth Street, but a lot of people light up along the bayou and they just watch bats fly out. Like right when the sun goes down, they watch bats fly out. It's a thing. But yeah, but the food you'll love. I mean, and then the surrounding cities. I mean, you have Round Rock, Georgetown, all the other small towns. I mean, they're great. I mean, the food is great. A lot of mom and pop shops, quiet, peaceful. It's really cool. And since you're a barbecue lover, the best barbecue right now that's rated number 1 is in Austin, Franklin's Barbecue.
Nice.
So yeah, on your days off, you'd be right there at 5 o'clock in the morning and waiting in line.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Barbecue. I need some of your meat in my mouth.
Yes, sir. Nice and tender. Speaking of which,
have too many people like Tony. You know.
Speaking of which,
what up, Tony D?
For the Super Bowl, my best friend bought a prime cut brisket, and we're gonna have that for Super Bowl.
Oh, nice.
Oh shit.
Oh, I don't know. Wait,
how much is a plane ticket to Austin?
Oh, is this Sunday?
Yeah.
I'm down in Houston, bro. Houston, Richmond,
Austin, whatever.
I don't think we're doing anything for I'm gonna sit at home.
But we can meet up. We could all meet up in San Antonio or Austin. San Antonio's got good food too. A good like culture out there.
It's got good food. I'll give them that. I'd rather go to Austin because I've never been.
Yeah, Austin's great. Matter of fact, I mean, I put it on. Did you see it on the group snap where I took that Egyptian barbecue?
Oh wow, you got a good, nice little.
So this guy, he's from Cairo, Egypt, and he's been in the States for like little over 10 years, but he's been studying under every type of different pit master. So now he has his own barbecue spot that's a food truck, and but basically it's Texas barbecue but with an Egyptian twist.
I don't know what
I have no idea what that means, but I am intrigued and kind of want to try it.
Okay, well, hang on, wait.
Moroccan food, or is it like
Cairo Egyptian? Hang on, like I'll find the photo.
We're just killing some goats, stuffing some sand in them, and then chow down, or what?
Wow!
Yeah, right?
Wow!
That's Middle Eastern. That's Middle Eastern cuisine.
Middle Eastern food.
Not
this
Egypt.
bread has sand in it.
Wait, is Egypt in the Middle East?
Yes. Well, it's Africa.
It's in Africa.
Yeah, I thought it was Africa.
It is Africa, but it's essentially it's the Middle East. If you take Egypt's,
if you take a left at Africa and then a quick right at Egypt, you're in the Middle East.
Listen, no, if you take Egypt's like climate, that's the Middle East.
Well, yeah, it's a desert country, isn't it?
It's the same thing.
No,
so they're the same thing.
There's
no difference between
I've never even been out of the States, and I've only been to
no difference between northeastern Africa and the Middle East.
No, I've only been to a handful of states here in the United States, and I've never been outside of the Unied States.
I'm surprised that's not a part of your racial calling card there. Josh Egyptian in there too.
Well, I have been to the UK, so
Ooh.
UK and Mexico.
Blimey.
I mean, the UK was pretty cool. London was fun. It's just people walk too damn fast in London. But seeing like
You're short and fat. You don't move as fast as them. You got stumpy little legs.
well, and plus I'm like, wow, look at that structure. Wow, that's the Tower of London. That's where Anne Boleyn's head. That's where Anne Boleyn was beheaded. That's where King Henry VIII had like his 25th wife. And I'm like, wow.
I think that's gonna be my problem if I ever like, because I would love to go to like Germany and Scotland and Ireland and certain parts of the UK and whatnot. I think that'd be my problem. I would probably walk off the side of a cliff because I'm staring at a fucking castle. Oh my, that's just architecture is amazing on this.
That's how my grandmother broke her arm on a cruise ship.
Chasing the goat.
But I mean,
Staring at the chandelier. Fell down the stairs.
Oh my gosh, you're not going to climb a cliff to chase a goat.
The fuck I won't.
Oh Jesus! You know what? They're gonna make
I'll fall off the cliff with him. I just got to make sure he hits first.
It makes my life a whole hell of a lot easier. I don't have to, I don't have to worry about getting like Snoop Dogg. Murder Kit was the case that they gave me. I'd be like, she was chasing fucking goats. I don't know what the hell her problem was. She fell off the side of a cliff.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna put
one less wedding for you to pay for.
Yeah, she's convinced that an alligator is going to eat me more in New Orleans. She doesn't understand that I'm going to boop it on its snoot and come home with alligator boots, and she's going to have a new alligator purse.
As Steve Irwin said, alligators are just frogs with teeth.
and a long ass tail.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the tail. Don't worry about the tail. You should be more.
No, I mean, but like with the UK was cool, just seeing all the architecture and everything, and then going to the Winston Churchill bunker during World War II, actually taking a tour down there. And in all honesty, though, man, like listening to all this stuff going on, I'm like, I felt like I was being lied to in school.
Well, and especially nowadays, the history's been washed, and they only tell you what they want to tell you. Even when we were growing up, now it's worse now today than it was then.
Way worse.
They didn't tell us everything, and now I mean they've completely taken out entire parts of American history that they don't even teach. Like, slavery is almost non-existent in our history anymore because you might offend one of these little fucking weird snowflakes.
I mean, but the thing about it is, it's like, okay, but learn from the history. Yes, we had done some bad shit, just like in the Middle East, they've done bad shit that they have to deal with. I mean, like Africa and the Middle East, they were big on slavery. So there you go. There's your origin of slavery right there.
Every race has been a slave at some point.
Yeah, I mean, white people were slaves. I mean, they built the pyramids. The Great Wall of China. I mean, think about it. When you were a slave building the wall, and if you died building the slave, if you died while you're a slave building the Great Wall, guess what? The wall got built over you, on top of you.
Mm-hmm.
So you could be like, you'll fall to your death on the wall, and they're like, fuck it, boom, add more blocks to you on top of your body. So imagine imagine how many bodies are under like. That the Great Wall is on top of.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. Then on top of that, you got the stuff going on the North Korea. Then you got stuff going on what in Mongolia for a while till that got thrown out the way. I mean, Mongolia had their issues. Germany's got to face the truth about World War II. They got to deal with it. They got to suck it up.
On their record.
Yeah, they got to suck that up. So, I mean, every country, every culture has been through some shit.
Before long, the Revolutionary War, they're going to tell it that the Americans sent a breakup text to England and said, "We're no longer a thing. Have a nice life."
And then like in Asia, like in Cambodia and Vietnam, they even made a movie about it called The Killing Fields.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's like every culture has suffered, and then they want to talk about we're the most country that's oppressed. Like, apparently you guys that haven't traveled, not even close. There
are still countries out there who are still involved in the slave trade and still have slaves to this day in 2024.
So, I mean,
we removed ourselves from that country 3 years ago, 4 years.
So, So I mean, yeah. So I mean, like, I mean, even right now, like in South America, I mean, like, there's still shit going on. I mean, there's always shit going on in the world. So we're not like the
Mhm.
bad country. I mean, we're still. I mean, and then think about it with Cuba. Think about it with Cuba with their dictatorship. When they're chanting freedom, what all did you see? A Cuban flag and an American flag. Did you see any other flag? No.
No, it's it's history is history. I mean,
That's the thing. We just gotta make peace with the past. Like, yeah, it happened. Suck it up. Get over it. We've come a long way from then till now. We've come a great long way. All we can do is what can we do to make it better? Quit living in the past. Quit bringing up the past. Just acknowledge that, yeah, bad shit happened. Okay.
that's kind of. I mean, that's kind of. It's funny that you say that. It kind of brings it right back around to the whole purpose of Monday night shows. Personally, when we take on this challenge to be better in our own rights, mentally and stuff like that, we have to eventually let go of the past and stop living there.
Yeah. Let it go. Let it
Wait,
go.
What's
I
Just
on?
mean,
let it go.
letting it go, but it's a matter of not dwelling on it and letting it have control or power over you. And that's the problem with the world history.
Today.
Unfortunately, much like mental health, sometimes people have a hard time of getting rid of that, letting it go and not allowing it to control you anymore. It's like you can't. What happened happened. At the end of the day, you can't change it. Unfortunately, not yet. We don't have little time machines on our wrist where we can go back in time like the Homeboy and Deadpool 2 Cable.
Yeah.
The racist old guy.
Or we don't have the PIM particle.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we can't go back in time yet. However, we can learn from it and
Yeah.
acknowledge its existence, and hopefully,
And move
move
on.
and be better from it. Whether we're speaking for our mental state of mind, or we're speaking for the world itself, as obviously things happen. You can't pretend like they didn't, because who was it?
Yeah.
There was like super famous guy. I can't remember his name. That said, if you pretend it didn't happen or something. I can't remember the exact quote, but history will repeat itself. I can't
If
remember
we
the
don't
Right.
learn from it, if we don't learn from history, history is bound to repeat
yeah,
itself.
something like that.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, I mean,
I mean, I could wake up tomorrow and be like, the Holocaust never happened, and if somebody tells me differently, I'm like, no, it didn't happen. I don't acknowledge it. I don't remember it, but it doesn't make it any less true that it happened. Like, as much as I want to believe that Rocky 5 never
hold on a
happened,
second.
unfortunately, it did happen. At the end of the day.
So I'll go back down this road, Chris. Don't do this to me.
I haven't let go. I have not let go. I refuse to let go, Connor. They almost ruined an entire ass franchise off of one movie.
It's over. Let it go.
Yeah.
What you trying to say, man?
Speaking of Rocky, R.I.P. to Carl Weathers. Apparently everybody thinks he just died earlier this week. They forgot that he died 30 some years ago. I'm just saying.
Is it like one of the Rocky movie anniversaries? Or maybe like the anniversary of his death or something?
No, I don't know. I know that Stallone, man, because they've been good friends throughout the years. He put up a very emotional video on social media, and behind him was that iconic picture from the Rocky movie.
Yeah.
Was it E3? I think it was, and behind him was that big painting. Rocky was Stallone. Stallone was tore up, man.
Oh yeah. Well, as one should be in a situation like that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, nonetheless, like I said, you can't dwell on the past, but you also, you have to be willing to acknowledge it and learn from it and move on from it. Completely trying to erase it and pretend like it didn't happen. You're bound to make the same stupid mistakes all over again, whether it's on a personal note or speaking in general about the state of the world.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, dog, don't get too comfortable.
But
Oh,
I set the YouTube clip on the group chat.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh, for that barbecue joint.
yeah, and then there's the picture that I had.
I'll have to look at it here in a few.
And right now, the only thing we can do currently is like do what we can wherever you are with what you have. It's all you can do, man.
Yeah, but I wish I could do more.
But also too,
Like kill people and love people, and hate people.
and also too, and I took a photo of this because I really wanted this picture because this one really, really stands out. It's called. It says, "Smooth seas never made a skilled sailor," and I will send that to the chat. So yeah, I mean, but it's just food for thought.
Yeah, as I become older, the more I understand these two.
It's true.
Red and Al Bundy and Red Foreman. Yeah, that is a fact. The older I get, the more I'm like, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I like how Bud goes to Al. He's like, "Dad, have you ever like came across a bad girl?" "Yes, son. You call her mommy now." Or like Red Foreman, like no nonsense. Yeah, you do that, and I'll be. He goes, "My foot will go to your ass."
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm sleepwalking. Yeah, I must be sleepwalking too because I'm sleepwalking, kicking your ass.
Kicking you in there?
And then
Yeah.
Al Bundy, says he gets home from work. Oh, home sweet hell.
Mhm. I used to. It's crazy because I really did. I used to. That speaks volumes. Yeah, I think once upon a time I reached a point where it's just my mindset, where my mind was. I dreaded going home. I think that's why it was so easy for me. Another reason why it was so easy for me to work so many hours, in a day, in a week, or whatever, because I got to the point where I dreaded going home because I knew that there was going to be some fight for something stupid, or I would have forgotten to done something simple like turn a light off, and I was going to be made to feel like a
Yeah.
piece of shit, or whatever the case, or just the little things that like I was saying earlier in the show, with dealing with depression, the little things that set you off and irritate you and frustrate you. Like I dreaded going home because I knew that something was just going to put me in a bad mood. And I
Yeah.
understand like that home sweet hell.
Yeah, I mean, it was a question that was on Reddit. This girl asked a question saying, "Why do men spend 15 to 30 minutes in the car when they get home?" And then this commenter had over 10,000 likes,
Wow.
and the commenter said, "Because we're trying to embrace the bullshit we're about to step into."
Yeah.
And you hear all the other guys preach, amen, 100%, no cap.
Yeah, no, you really do. I mean that, or you take the long way home, and you come in and you try to decompress from the day, and then you also try to prepare yourself and get mentally ready for. Look, I'm already like I'm already going through shit as it is, and nobody gives a fuck. And now I have to
Yeah.
be prepared to walk into kids running around acting crazy. Their their mom bitching about God knows what. I just worked 14 hours and now I'm expected to come home and do 20 fucking things off the honey-do list. Meanwhile, you've literally been home all fucking day and you're capable of taking the trash out. You're capable of, fucking, changing the toilet paper on the toilet paper roll instead of waiting on me to get
Oh
home and
my god.
because I forgot to do it the night before. It's those little things, like I said, and for me personally, I was already so fucking mentally broken and just destroyed at that point in time where
You
I
didn't
just
use the twisty tie, Chris. You just spun it and tuck it.
yeah, exactly. Oh, you didn't put the twisty tie back on the bread. Shut up. Oh, let's talk about some serious shit. Let's talk about the fact that I'm literally on the edge of
I,
snapping and going on a
I,
murder spree because I'm so mentally goddamn broken. But you're pissed off about a twisty bread and me not putting it on the goddamn loaf of bread. Shut up.
I mean, I remember dating this one girl, like, just she always wanted this constant attention. And then I'm like, every time she would page me, like, so you're getting off at 10, right? And I was like working from 2 to 10 p.m. She was
Yep.
like, getting off at 10. I'm like, well, I hope so. I mean, I got all this other stuff. I'm like lying my ass off because it's like, I do not have the energy for her. I really don't. And then if I told her, even if I was bluntly honest and said, no, I can't, I'm really tired. Oh, you're seeing another woman because all the, TV and all that other social media shit
Oh
going on MySpace. And it was just like, I just don't have the energy for her. And then all of a sudden, like, I get off at 10. Um, I get off at 10 and I'm like still in there. And then like, I would tell one of my coworkers that's working from 11 to 7. And I'm sitting there going, all right, when my phone goes off, I need you to say, hey, I need your help. The network is down on this floor.
yeah.
And he's like, got it, boss. And I'm sitting there, yeah, because I was like the right hand man of the supervisor, but he had to leave early, so pretty much I was like in charge. And here, so I'm like 24, 25 when I was seeing her. So then my phone goes off, and she goes, "Hey, you get off work?" I'm like, yeah, let me wrap up. And all of a sudden, I'm queuing the guy. I'm like, go, go, go. He goes, hey, chief, the network went down over in NCI, NICU. Can you go check it out? And he goes, I can't log on or whatever. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll be there in a minute. I'm like, yeah, let me go. I was like, let me go figure this shit out.
Yeah, right.
Blah 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 blah. And she's like, well, okay, I just hope it don't stay no late. I really want to see you. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I know. I'm like, I know, hon. I know. But yeah,
Yeah.
let me go figure this out. I'll, hopefully it's not too late. And all of a sudden, like, as soon as I hang up, I'm like, you're my boy. Because I really, really, I'm like, I don't want to hear. Because she's one of those girls. She's one of those girls or type of people where if there's no drama or gossip going on, they like create a fight.
Mhm.
I had an ex like it. Well, my ex-wife was kind of sort of
So
like to a certain degree, but my previous fiance, she was like that, and we got to a point where it was like nobody else is having drama, so we have drama. And it's like,
yeah,
what are we fighting about again? I'm so confused. Like, what's going on?
you left the toilet seat up.
Yeah, like you're 8 hours away. We don't live together. Like, if I'm not, even when I'm at work, I'm constantly talking to you, and then when I'm at home, what are we fighting about? What's going on? Like, why are we doing this? But yeah, the whole like, oh, you must be cheating thing. My ex-wife used to do that fucking shit to me. I'm like, 24 hours in a day, anywhere from 10 to 14 of those hours, I'm at work. The other 10 hours or whatever, I'm here. I eat. I play with the kids for a little bit, put them to bed. Then I try to unwind and watch a little bit of TV, and I go to bed in the garage. Where do I have time to cheat? It's not like I can take my work truck and go cheat on you because they've got that motherfucking thing GPSed. And if I'm not at work, they're calling me going, "Where are you at with the fucking truck?"
Yeah.
It's
Why are
like,
you why are you in this area with our vehicle?
yeah, like this isn't your designated work area.
Cheating sounds like it would be so much fucking work.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's not worth it at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Yeah, because it's like we're already doing like 10 to 12, 14 hours of work, and then we got to go home and do more work, and then we got to still fix up the other work.
Like, like, it's just like, yeah, where the hell do I have? And then, like, when other instances, it's like, okay, when you're not at home, I'm live streaming, so you can literally see what I'm doing at any given moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got all these bitches at the house while I'm live streaming. Yeah, like I got like 4 bitches under my desk right now. And it's like, yeah, what the hell are you talking about? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it was like that
I
same.
believe
It was that same girl, man. Like it was just it was so weird because we'd be at her. She would like living with her brother, and we'd be watching something on TV, and then there'd be like an attractive guy on there, and she's like, "Ooh, damn, he's cute, man. He could shackle me up or whatever." And then I see like another like an attractive woman on TV. I was like, "Oh, that's nice. Why don't you go fuck her then?" I'm going.
if I could, you think I'd be sitting here with you?
She'd be less of a headache. And I will be honest, because of that girl, and the sad part is like I'd known her. We went to high school together. I thought like but she would always bring like shit from the past. I'm like, really? That was 10 years ago, and you still remember that? I'm like, I barely remember that I played football there.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, man. I mean, it was just she was just one of those girls, and I'm just like, I don't know the energy. And then she's like, "Oh yeah, you work at the hospital with those girls with hot porno star bodies," and I just kind of went, "That's why you're working all those overtime hours." Like Memorial Herman.
Did you
It's
work
like
at
what
Porn Memorial fucking
because
hospital?
because oh okay, the backstory of that was when I was doing the warehouse, keeping them stocked up and supplied and everything, just mainly the inventory specialist. I think I was that was my job title. But the fact that I had all the ICUs and then I had the ER to stock up with their supplies.
Mm.
So one of the nurses that I was cool with in the ER, they were like, "Hey, she's like, I'm having my bachelorette at Wild West." And she goes, and I'm inviting you. And I went, cool. I was like, Wild West is one of my hangouts, and it's down the road where I live.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. So then I tell, the girl I was dating at the time, her name was Kelly. And I told her, I'm like, hey, my coworkers are having a bachelor party at Wild West, and they want to meet you, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. And she's like, okay, cool, I'll go. So then we get there, and then yeah, I mean, there's like attractive people no matter where you go. So everybody's like, oh hey, I'm like, yeah, this is Kelly. They're like, oh, you made it. And then this one girl comes up, and I went this like really went from like minor headache to like Jesus Christ, just shoot me now.
Migraine.
So one of the girls came up, her name was Roxanne. And in my personal opinion, like she was like the most gorgeous Hispanic chick I've ever seen in my life, like model wise. And she's like, and her and I are cool. We shoot the shit, but she's like, "B, you made it." She gave me a big old hug, and I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm here," and I'm like, "And this is." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Roxanne, Kit." I turn. I'm like, "The fuck did she go?" So then I'm like, all right. So I chit chat, and all of a sudden I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go find her. She probably had to go to the bathroom. I walked around, then I went upstairs, and then I go up on the upper deck of the club, and she's sitting there in a booth crying her eyes out. She's like, "No wonder why you work so much, because you work with hot girls with portal star bodies and da 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 da." Da." And I'm just going, "No, I worked so much hours because I love my paychecks coming in, and I have a lot of responsibilities than you do."
Yeah.
And then and it really befuddled me because like even one time she was going, "I'm stressed." And I'm like, "Okay, what about?" And she goes, "I'm just stressed." I'm going, "Okay, well, your parents pay your rent." And she goes, "I'm just stressed." I'm like, "Okay, you're on your parents' car insurance." And I'm like thinking, I'm like, what in the hell can she be so stressed out about? When the only thing that she really has to pay is her cell phone bill. I'm like, what the fuck are you so stressed out about? I'm like, I'm sitting here going like, oh, let's see, I have a truck note, insurance, cell phone, apartment rent because my brother is working barely part time, so it's like I had to cover his half of the rent at times because he didn't make enough, because he was that lazy. I was like, and then on top of that, I was like, I gotta pay for the both of us in the apartment. I gotta do everything for. I had a lot of weight on my shoulders. I'm like, if anybody should be stressed, I should be the one saying I'm stressed out. But you're only paying for your cell phone, but your parents pay for everything else. Where's the? I'm trying to understand what is so dreadful.
Yeah, what's God, man, if all I had to worry about was the cell phone bill, eh, me and Nikki would be taking vacations. We'd be taking vacations with the kids. We'd be doing all
my
kinds
God.
of shit.
No
Right?
shit.
Like all I gotta
No
pay is
shit.
shit. I'll pay for all of our cell phones if that's all I got. If that's the only bill I have. Mother,
Yeah,
I'll pay
that's how shit goes. Because I'm just
the last
stressed. I'm
thing
like,
I'm stressed about is money.
and I'm like, I'm sitting there like, okay, you work at the Gap, okay, maybe,
Looking for
you.
a
So I'm
fucking
just
size t-shirt come in this week. Did your
what they
pink
did.
polo not come in? Were all the Chads freaking out?
I had no idea. I mean, there's even one time she got mad at me for no stupid reason. She goes, "Oh yeah, what if like one guy just decided to holler at me and wanted to take me home for the night?" And I just went, "Good, he's more you're his problem."
Yeah, right.
Because
Jesus.
it got the. I mean, out of all the women I dated, she was the only one I was ever an asshole to. Because it just like she didn't press that button. She no. She fucking Gallagher that button. So yeah. So that one gets like, oh my god. I mean, there'd be times like if she'd be like wanting to hang out and I'd come up with an excuse like, oh no, I gotta take my brother here or I gotta take my dad to the VA or whatever the situation may be. And
It would have been just easier. And I know this sounds a lot easier said than done because I've been in this situation. It's just easier just to break up with her.
yeah, and then one day, like just because I told her no and she threw a fit and apparently the teddy bear that I got her for Valentine's Day, because my buddy Kenny, he had a lot on his mind. He just like, hey, let's just go somewhere. So I said, hey, I'll be out with Kenny. I'm gonna have to cancel our plans. Kenny, something's going on with Kenny. I'm gonna go check it out. So we're in his vehicle, and then I come back. He drops me off at my apartment, and the teddy bear that I got her for Valentine's Day, I found mutilated all over my truck. So after that, I called her up. I said, we're done. I don't want to hear it. But apparently, you're just a spoiled, petulant little child.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I ain't got the time. I ain't got the time for you anymore. So then she wants to, and then so she's sitting there, da 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 da, and I hung up on her. So as per typical, she's all in her emotions, all in her feels. So she goes all over Facebook and try to bash me on Facebook. But everybody who we're mutual friends with, we all went to high school together, or somebody that knows me very well. And the only thing she's sitting there, blah 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 blah, and everybody's like, yeah, but you pushed them. Brian would not do that unless you pushed them. And they know how she is. So,
No,
and then on
that's
top, and then on top of that, like she sends me this text this long ass text about everything that I've done. So then I countered back. I said, well, props to the person that wrote it for you. And then she's going, what do you mean? I said, well, first of all, you can't spell worth a shit. Two, two, you use bad grammar. This is all done professionally. This is all done in order. And I was like, the only other person that I know that could do that is your friend Bobby. I was like, tell her, good job on responding for you. I'm like, you think I'm that stupid?
Yeah, right.
I'm like, you use bad grammar, you can't spell worth the shit, and you think, oh, this is all me, 100% me. Nah, no.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's. Yeah, I went through that with my ex fiance. You know, she was all over social media and just dragging me in fucking mud, and it was like our mutual friends were like, "Really?" And then they were calling her out on shit, and I was blocked. I didn't give a fuck. You know, I'm the type of person. Once I'm done with somebody, I'm out. Uh, and it was just like I didn't say shit until one night we were on the show and we were talking about something that had nothing to fucking do with her, and she texted me running her fucking mouth, and I was like, "All right, since you're watching, enjoy this." And I told Jeff and Tony, I said, just sit back. I need to get some shit off my chest. And I went in for 45 minutes and just called her out on all her bullshit and everything like that. And I know she's seen every fucking second of it because then the next day she was running her mouth on social media, and a couple of our friends were, I said, I don't give a fuck. I'm done. You know, she first and foremost, you know, I don't have any time or patience for cheaters. Once you cheat on me, you know, I dealt with it with my ex-wife. She cheated on me multiple times, and I kept forgiving her. And when it was finally done, I'm never dealing with another woman who cheats on me. I'm not going to do it. And she did, and you know, once you know, it took a little bit because I put a lot of time and energy and effort in for that relationship. It took say it took a little bit. It took like a week. And then I was like, all right, I'm checking out. I'm done. And you know, you're still fucking lurking my show, and then you get mad about something that doesn't even fucking pertain to you, and you want to fucking text me in the middle of my show. Yeah, okay, now I'm going off. And I did. No, that's what I said. That's why I'm grateful now. You know, one of the many reasons I love Nikki is that there's no drama with her. Even when we do get into a fight, once it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
You know, she doesn't come back a couple days later and go, "Well, you motherfucker said." I'm like, you know, once it's done, it's done.
You forgot to put the toilet seat down.
There's no outside drama from, you know, I even though I torment the hell out of one of her friends because it's fun. You know, there's no drama from her friends. There's no bullshit drama from like ex-boyfriends or anything like that. Like nothing that I've dealt with. Like one little minor thing, but that was more just her and I having fun and fucking with the guy more than anything because he's such a douche. You know, so it wasn't real drama. But you know, there's nothing that I've come into contact with. I don't have any drama from any of my exes.
Past relationships, Mike. Past relationships.
Past relationships. So you know, I'm very grateful. And like I said, you know, we communicate pretty well. I've never had that in a partner where we can communicate and talk about things. And you know, if I do something stupid, she's gonna call me out on it, and she's not gonna, you know, she's gonna call me out on it. I'm gonna feel horrible for a day or two or whatever, however, you know, but she's not gonna dwell on it. She's not gonna continue to beat me up over it.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't put the fucking toilet paper on the right way, she's going to say, "Hey, dummy, I like the toilet paper this way." And I'm going to say, "I don't see why it fucking matters because it's all going to wipe your ass the same." And
Well, apparently, like when you have the toilet roll over, it's easier to control and easier to tear versus under. Because when you pull under, it just keeps going.
But if you put it under, it's easier to find in the dark.
I don't have a preference. I didn't know that you have a
I
preference.
don't.
I just,
saying,
however,
if I
it's in
don't
my
turn the
hand.
bathroom light on, it's easier to find it in the dark.
That was just an example. That's never a fight. We've never had that fight over the toilet paper roll. It was just an example. Like
It's always the beard.
Put the lid. You forget to put the lid down.
I do get yelled at about the toilet lid being put down, and I tell her if I'm capable of lifting the toilet seat, you're capable of putting it down.
But it's also dark, and I don't turn the light on in the middle of the night.
So confession time. Guess who took a swim in the toilet a couple weeks ago?
I'm good.
Yeah, I did not order a bidet.
Woo! That's cool. Okay, I understand why she gets mad. So it was. Yeah, so it was. It wasn't a show night. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I woke up and I had to shit. Like, so I went in there, and it's dark, and I don't want to turn the light on because she's sleeping, and I'm like, and I dropped my pants, and I just sit, and I sit, and I went, oh, that's cool. Fucking out of my ass, ball sack goes down the damn toilet drain. I'm like, oh, okay, I understand now. I've never lived this life before. Now I'm about it. I'll try to. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to tell you about that. I just remembered that. Oh, it was not an enjoyable experience.
No, it's really fucking not.
Surprised you didn't break the porcelain in a toilet bowl there.
Oh God, I'm surprised I didn't break a lot of things in the bathroom. I'm surprised she didn't wake up because I can't.
Wait. When the moment you hit and you felt the cold water, did you go?
It might have sounded like that. No, trust me. It was under my breath, still trying to be quiet. I was like, shit, fuck. Oh. I grabbed the shower rod. I'm surprised I didn't pull that off the wall. I was surprised I didn't pull the shower. I was reaching for anything, trying to get out of there as fast as I could. It was terrible. It was a terrible experience. No, I don't talk about that app or the creators. They bore me. Man. I'm like, all right, now in my head, mental thought, I'm going to try to be better about putting the toilet seat down. However, I still have that mindset. If I can lift it up, you can put it down. Or when you're done, you lift it up for me.
There you go. It's a trade-off.
Yeah. But no, I've never gotten yelled at.
Now in the middle of the night, then it's fair game.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens. like Ivan Drago said, if you go for a swim, go for a swim.
If she dies, she dies.
Or just or just like you turn, like the moment you feel like the light coming on, and then you're like, what? And then you see this big old hand. I fucking told you to fucking put the seat down.
That is the first time in my 42 years of existence that I've ever taken a swim in the toilet. And I do not recommend it.
Ooh, I'm not on the Titanic.
Move, bitch, there's room on the door. Let me on.
Oh man.
Oh, that water is cold.
Golly.
1 out of 5 stars. I do not recommend.
The only thing I could say is traumatizing for me, and like one of the relationships I had was like almost 5 years, and we were cuddling and everything, and next thing you know, she's like, she goes, you're so warm. And I'm like, yeah. And then she goes, then 2 minutes later, just, and I'm like, at first I'm like, that ain't me. And then all of a sudden, like, I kind of like lifted up the cover. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go sleep on the couch. Good night.
That's a normal daily.
And she goes, no, come back. I didn't mean it. She goes, I'm sorry. And I'm like, bullshit. If I would have done it, she's like, no, you're sleeping in the guest room.
You farting on me.
You fart on my head full time.
Don't fart on your head.
Yes, you do. And I'll tell you what, some of the shit that comes out of your ass while you're sleeping is horrifying.
You know what?
I don't know how you don't wake up with shit in your drawers.
You ain't no saint. All right. You got booty hole demons too, ma'am. Okay, you keep telling yourself that.
I'm gonna start recording you.
Oh well, the sounds, yeah, but the smell.
Your ass reeks.
Well, I got some bass. Remember those bass CDs from back in the day? Bass mechanics. Yeah, that's my ass.
I do remember eating corn.
You know,
Came out his ass like birdshot.
the little bit of
Ooh,
control.
cornbread.
The little bit of control I have in my sleep, I do try not to give her a fart transfer if we're laying back to back. I don't.
No, you do not.
I don't. I try not to fart in her general direction. I said the little bit of controls that I have. However, in the morning, she every morning, Jesus Christ, because it's like from the bed to the bathroom, down the hallway. I'm just I'm like firing up my fucking F-350.
Crank that 18-wheeler.
Oh.
She gets up. She's like, God damn, every morning. God damn.
God damn.
You sit up, you kiss me, and then you shit yourself.
It's a hell of a routine. Alarm goes off. I get up, I kiss her, and then I shit myself.
Jesus Christ, did you have omelet and chili again?
No, it's a 5-bean burritos before bed.
Oh, stop judging me. Delicious. One of my favorite things on the planet. I think one of the tastiest delicacies the spaghetti monster in the sky ever created was frozen burritos from Walmart or the gas station or whatever. And when I'm drinking,
I can stick with Taco Bell.
What are you doing up? Nothing.
burritos.
In his hand.
Taco Bell, baby. Diablo. 7 layer.
If I could get Taco
Chris,
Bell
are you
at 4
drunk?
o'clock
Nah,
in the
just
morning,
hungry.
I 100% would get Taco Bell at 4 o'clock in the morning. Trust me.
But I will say this though. But farting never gets old.
No, that's the thing. Like we both do it. I mean, it's like we give each other shit. I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna make her feel bad because she farts. I'm not gonna. She gives me shit for farting, but it's like it happens. The other what?
Yeah.
Fart on my head?
I don't fart on your head. I don't think you know how the human anatomy works. You've seen me naked. You know that my asshole is nowhere near your head when your head is in my lap.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And then you have pillows and blankets and everything there. You're
Fart
protected.
on my head. My head vibrates. You fart on my head.
The whole couch vibrates, ma'am.
Stop putting your head on his ass. Simple fix.
The whole couch is vibrating. It's not just the head.
Stop farting on my head. Stop putting your head in my fart.
Stop putting your head on my ass.
Yeah, there was like another time like we were cuddling, and then next thing like she knew she had to fart, and next thing like I felt her grip on my arm, and then next thing like she lets go, she lets it rip, and I'm like, and she goes, no, stay with me. I'm like, and then like I would smell it, and I'm like, oh my god, your mom's got to lay off that sauce,
right?
As she leaves the room, just look at her kids and just be like, "That's a woman right there."
It's not like I fart in her face or anything like that.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Just treat her like Meg.
I beg to differ.
It was one time.
jackass number 2.
It was one time, and it was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
I come home from work. She was sitting on the couch. I gave her kisses when I got home, like I always do. And I walked over to take my wallet and my phone and all my work shit out and put it on the counter where I put it at. And I was trying because I knew I knew I had to fart. And I was trying to hold it in, and I think I like leaned over to hit the dog or something. I don't know.
You tripped over the dog.
Yeah, I tripped over the dog or something. I don't know, but it came out and it was just like right in her. My ass was right in her face, and it was like. She was like, "Really?" My bad. I didn't do it on purpose. Like, damn, bro. It's not like I grabbed you by the back of the head and shoved your head in my ass and was like, "Wah."
I'm gonna go find you some PJs, okay?
Right? Yeah.
Oh. Definitely thought I was muted.
But yeah, I mean, relationship follies. I mean,
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You know, at the end of the day, it's one of those things. You know, it could
yeah,
could it very easily be a fight? Absolutely, but it's not because
You
it's.
threatened to shit in my lap the other day.
Well, what were you
We're
doing?
not gonna fight about it. We're not fighting.
Do it. Do it. You don't have the stones.
Doing that, I
Do
was
it.
gonna say a lot.
I wanted to do the rap.
Oh yeah. Oh well, no, yeah, yeah. So we have two bathrooms, and both of us had to shit at the same time. And I was like, I'm going to go to our bathroom. And she's like, no, you're not. I am. You can go use the kids' bathroom. I was like, I don't want to. And she's like, well, I'm going to beat you back there. And I said, I'll just sit on your lap and then we can both shit simultaneously.
oh, that's romantic.
Right?
No.
That's what I thought. It was like another level of our relationship. Spread your
That could
legs,
be-
make room, and
Happy Valentine's Day, babe.
will you be my Valentine? It's a couple
Ooh, do you want to play Battleship?
And then, once you go and you're like, my compliments to the chef.
Yeah. And I can give her a kiss.
See, you are romantic.
That was romantic. Yeah. Yeah. See, man.
She's like, I hate you, Brian. I hate Brian.
She's over there in the bed going, I hate you so much talking to me. I can't stand you. I can't stand your stupid fucking friends.
Your stupid fucking face.
She's gonna text me tomorrow when I'm at work and she's like, so I've been doing a lot of thinking and I really think you should make friends. I'm like, well, what's wrong with Jeff? Not Jeff. Brian, he has to go.
He is not going to meet us in New Orleans.
Brian's not allowed to come to New Orleans anymore.
I'll be eating a lot of Cajun spicy jambalaya for you, woman.
Jesus Christ.
I think I hear Brian come down the street. Burp, burp, burp.
Coming in like one of those little harbor shorts. With a little ricochet. Woo!
That's how we find each other in New Orleans. It's just burp, burp. We're
Who
getting
knows,
close,
man?
be close by.
Who knows? I might be farting Dixie. I don't know.
Did his ass just say Marco?
Yeah, Marco. You can fart Dixie, and I can fart a little slave song. Swing.
There is something seriously wrong with you.
It's not just me. I think I'm the only one having this conversation right now. Said there's something seriously wrong with you.
Oh shit.
It's not just me and the voices in my head talking right now. They're real people. They're here.
It might be.
You're one hell of a ventriloquist. You know that?
Wait. Wait.
Ain't moving at all.
All right. I'm gonna send you this link. If Blake and I ever did meet, this will probably more likely will happen.
Hold on a second. Let me. Yes.
This will definitely be us if we ever met.
Hold on a second. Let me. Little screen share here. Oh, screen share. Bring that out.
Oh man, New Orleans is gonna be fun. And Tony meet us there too.
Afraid of a challenge, like the time I out-farted Michael Moore. Hi there.
How you doing?
Nikki, Nikki said, "You're going to New Orleans alone." She just rolled over and put a blanket over her head. She said, "You're going to New Orleans alone." Doesn't sound like I'll be alone.
Jesus Christ. I'm trying to get my baby dressed. And I'm laughing so hard. I've been trying to get her foot in the same hole for the last 3 minutes. Shit. the intense increase of speed and complication of that song.
Well, and on that note, it's probably a good time
Learn how to
to
move
show up.
my ass lips like that.
Oh, no. All right. Yeah, no, that's it sounds like this is a good. This is a good stopping point before we get going too much. And it is Monday night, and I got kids. I gotta hopefully
Be in bed.
sleep tonight. I gotta
You
get
gotta
ready
pretend to go care about.
to do what?
To go pretend to care about.
Yeah, I gotta go do some. I gotta do some bed farting.
And
Some
this is
pillow
why
shitting.
separate blankets.
That's a love language.
I gave her goodnight kisses followed by goodnight farts. I love you. Oh, I love you.
Like,
every night routine. I Dutch oven her. I give her a kiss and then hit her with the Dutch oven.
I would kill you.
Let's play
that's
a
why
game.
you always make sure she falls asleep first.
Yeah. I
You
wish.
fart. You fart.
I fall asleep first. I fall asleep before she does. Every night we play a game of called "What did I have for lunch?" She may have Stockholm.
Definitely onions. Definitely onions.
Yeah, she may have Stockholm syndrome at this point. At the end of the day. But no, I do want to wrap this up before it gets too much later. I do got to get ready and get myself in bed. I think my kids have all passed out. I think I got another sick one this week. Last week, my other one was sick, and then Cash came home today, and he's not feeling the greatest. He fell asleep on the couch. Well, Buggy was out, 3 days last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, Buggy was out of school 3 days last week. What is this?
We can end it on that clip.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get this. Okay, Mag. Goddamn thing to. There we go.
Well, that was almost a mistake.
Nothing wants to work.
That's my excuse usually.
Well,
it usually comes up first try. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. It happens to every guy. All right, here we go.
When you get to my age.
I was bringing in the old TV.
Hey, Meg.
Hey, Dad, what the hell?
I don't want to catch the mumps, Lois. Here's your TV, Meg. It's a little old and there's no remote and it only gets one channel and it's not on that channel right now.
Chris, check it out. Jackass number 2.
This whole day has been one big laugh riot.
I love that goddamn show. Sometimes I forget how great that show is because I haven't watched it forever.
I watched the Epicac one yesterday.
That
no.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been forever since I watched an episode of Family Guy. Now I kind of want to watch it. But
I think it's like on HBO Max or Hulu.
It's on one of them.
Yeah, I could totally go to bed. I need a break from murder TV.
Oh no, you want to do Family Guy?
Yeah.
Okay. American Dad's still my favorite.
I like King of the Hill.
King of the Hill is good. American Dad is my favorite out of like this. I never could get into Bob's Burger.
Man, yeah, Bob's Burger. Yeah, no.
The Seth MacFarlane universe. I fucking love American Dad.
No, I mean, but like King of the Hill.
Oh, King of the Hill is great too.
Because this morning, because my coworker Zach and I, because like the whole time while we're going to Georgetown, we're talking Family Guy and American and King of the Hill, and so like this morning, we walk in, we clock in, they're like, "Oh, you boys are back." We're like, "Yeah, man, come out there, go around there, and seeing all this other stuff." We're like, "Whoa," and then Zach, he just goes, "Yeah, man. I mean, like we had like these pallets and pallets and pallets. I mean, like it just started going." And they're going, and then they're like, everybody's looking at us like, "You guys had way too much time on your hands while you're over there."
My grandfather, when he talked, he always reminded me of Boomhauer. When that show came out, Boomhauer, my grandpa talked. You couldn't understand shit that man said outside of like one or two words in a sentence.
Yeah, man, coming out here to talk about this show coming on like Porky Butthole or something, man. I mean, let me tell you what, dude. I mean, like you just gotta let bygones be bygones, man.
It's my purse.
I don't know you.
I don't know you. It's my purse.
But yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's all we were talking about. We were talking about like King of the Hill, Family Guy, Simpsons, South Park.
I never was a big South Park fan. I liked
what?
South
I
Park
love
is
Futurama. Futurama was my shit.
Futurama was cool. Yeah, Futurama. Yeah. Yeah, my other coworker Felipe, who went with me to Vegas, like he came back.
He was some butthead now.
He came back from a cruise. He's like, "Bro, it happened." I went, "What happened?" He goes, "Death by snoo. Death by snoo." And I'm like, "That's my boy."
It's on Paramount.
Yeah, Paramount Plus.
See the Beavis and Butthead movie.
I did like Beavis and Butthead. Well, that's when we got to see the first incarnation of Hank Hill.
Yeah,
he was
the other guy, principal.
Beavis and Butthead. God damn it! Stop checking off in my tool shed.
We need full body cavity searches.
Yeah, we can put some Family Guy or something on. She's like, I need a break from murder TV.
The last one I watched last night was fucking brutal. Like, it was terrible.
Did it involve kids?
No.
Oh, okay. That's one thing about that show that I do like. There's only been the one episode with the kids.
Yeah, and that was
You should start with the episode. You should start with the Family Guy episode. Something dark side.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Star Wars one.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start at the beginning. I love the cutscenes that they do. I love the chicken fight that Peter. Like, I imagine that one day when I fight a kangaroo, that's going to be the scenario of me and a kangaroo, like Peter the chicken. How they the kangaroo is my chicken.
Like, what were we fighting for anyway? I don't know. I didn't want to go home.
But no. Anywho, I do want to wrap this show up. Appreciate you guys popping in, as always. We can have the serious conversations, but at the end of the day, it's not always about the serious conversation. Sometimes it's just hanging out with your buddies and having a good laugh and having conversations, whether it's real life or just whatever. Sometimes that's good for you as well. Sometimes that's exactly what the doctor ordered at the end of the day, as just having your friends around and having, some fun conversation. Fart jokes, and we're gonna do a list. Top 5 reasons to break up with your girlfriend. Number 1, she farted in bed. That's Brian's number 1 pick. She farted on me in bed.
Oh man, when I went to London, my friend Kyle, he's like, no, no. I'm like, dude, I gotta go. He's like, we're in Windsor Castle. I said, yeah, I know, but look, I see the toilet, public, this public. But he goes, no, man, he's like, dude, we're gonna get deported. And the next time I go in the bathroom and I come out there, he's calling like my best friend he goes, all right, look, just to let you know, we need some bail money. Brian is taking a shit in Windsor Castle and everything. and then he's got a speaker, and then Kenny's like, well, he said he always wanted to have a royal throne. So,
hey, there you go.
So I come out of there, I'm all like, yes, I've taken a shit in a fucking royal castle, bitches.
Yeah, can we go to the UK? I want to shit in the royal castle.
I finally found my throne.
Fucking just step inside the royal castle and take a shit on their floor. Fuck America, bitches! I'm out.
Yes, that smell, that's from the UK breakfast. Y'all add beans to your breakfast, British people.
They don't do anything right when it comes to food. Let's be honest.
I do like a British. The British breakfast is like beans, ham, toast, and two other things I can't remember, but mainly beans was in it. So it's like, okay, beans for breakfast, sure.
That's not a. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like beans, but that's not a breakfast.
It's a British breakfast.
I don't know. That's weird.
You should try it out. You should try it out. It's on the weekend.
Yeah.
No.
She said, no, that would have known. That was like, oh, hell no.
That was not even a hesitation in that no, in any way, shape, or form. No, like I said, I do want to wrap this up. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys coming on the show. Everybody watching. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Hopefully you guys are liking these new Monday night shows. We still have fun. We still like to have fun. We still like to, joke around, but we also like, we also focus on the serious and whatnot as well. If you're not already, feel free to check out the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We do the show Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, 7 p.m.-ish on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And you can also listen to us anytime, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, or you can simply go to bio.link/Nonsensical Nonsense. All the links for all the social media is there, as well as the links to our sponsors. And if you do happen to find us on any of those social medias, that bio link is also pinned to the top or in the bio, so it's quick and easy to find. Be so kind, give us a follow, and we do greatly appreciate them shares as well. We will be back Wednesday night with a brand new episode. Hopefully at some point, Jeff will get me the list. We did a starting 5 Saturday night, and Jeff will get me that list so I can get it posted on social media. But with that being said, I want to wrap the show up tonight with a little Matt James, Chain Smoking Whiskey, lead singer of Blacktop Mojo. You can find Blacktop Mojo on all social media and everywhere you stream music at Blacktop Mojo. Same with Matt James. You can find him everywhere at Matt James. Go give him a follow. Go give the guys some love. This is off of his newest solo album, Chain Smoking Whiskey.
I thought it'd be the cowboy killers that put a hole in my chest. I did what you said and gave up the rest, but damn, you still left. It turns out you can hit a rock bottom in a bottomless glass. They say smoke 'em if you bit of nicotine for a stiff drink, one vice for another. Didn't do a damn thing, it just changed the influence I'm under. No wonder. Chain smoking whiskey, shot after shot. Here's to your memory, that's all that I got. And I wish like hell I still smoke cigarettes. Now chain smoking whiskey's as close as I get to lighting back up. 'Cause quitting's too hard, so I just stay drunk, alone in this bar. Chain smoking whiskey, shot after shot. We're here to your memory, that's all that I got. And I wish like hell I still smoke cigarettes. Now chain smoking whiskey, as close as I get. As close as I get. It's as close as I get. Chain smoking whiskey, shot after shot. Here's to your memory, that's all that I got. And I wish like hell I still smoke cigarettes. Chain smoking whiskey, it's all that I, close as I get.
Yeah, buddy. That's how you end it.
Yeah.
The guys from Blacktop Mojo are from Texas. So I'm not sure which part of Texas, but they're from Texas. They're I know I've played it on here before, but if you've never seen it, check out Blacktop Mojo's acoustic cover of Phil Collins "In the Air Tonight." They're at a local distillery.
Shiner.
I don't know if it was Shiner or what it is. It's not Shiner.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah. I saw the Shiner box, and I'm like, oh yeah, Shiner box.
yeah, I can't remember the name of it. That video came out like fucking 12 years ago. But they're in an old distillery, and they're like in this fucking big barn, and you got these big giant ceilings, and it's just Matt and Cat. Cat plays bass, but he also plays guitar. And they're doing an acoustic cover of "In the Air Tonight." The acoustics in this fucking place are awesome. I can't remember the name of the distillery, but it's somewhere there in Texas. Anywho, wrap this bad boy up. Get out of here for the night. You know, if you guys can learn anything, just remember it's not always going to be bad. You know, there's better days ahead. You just gotta, keep pushing forward.
Take a deep breath and relax.
Yep, it's not always bad. As I think Brian and I said it a couple weeks ago, like Eric Draven said in the first Crow movie.
Can't rain all the time.
All the time. So, like I said, keep pushing forward, guys. And don't forget,
Eat beans for breakfast.
out there that you may not know that have been through it and that give a damn. So, Brian, you got anything any parting words you'd like to leave the peoples with?
Yeah, just be appreciative of what you have and just work with what you have. If life were easy, don't you think we all have that button?
I know that's right. What about you?
And also have ranch or baked beans for breakfast. I sent you the link in the chat.
Brian's trying really hard to make sure I'm never allowed to sleep in this bedroom again. Back to the couch. Oh, nonsensical Biden. Connor, what about you? You got any parting words of wisdom for these fine people that listen to this show?
We'll go cliche. Live hard and love harder.
I like it. all like it. I'm not going to complain. With that being said, I'm going to hit this little red button up here at the top of the screen.